ET in a child's body. It could have been anything. Who knows? I wasn't there. Just a satellite looks great. Stop quiet. And also apparently running a very interesting organization now. There's something wrong when they were insisting at one time. Anytime I see anybody insisting on that, when I draw the line. They wanted a photograph. They wanted a sort of a psychological inventory outline of the person, much like an MMPI, but vastly scaled down. They wanted a psychological profile, really.
They wanted you to provide this?
They wanted everyone who was a member to provide this, and I just never answered her.
Well, the Rosicrucians want a picture of each member, which I never sent in because I didn't.
If I remember right, I never did either. But, Rosicrucians I might trust, who's running it at the head now, who's at the rat, so to speak. But, that, when I heard that, I said, no way, that doesn't smell right. That would very easily and readily go on a General Services Administration computer, if that's what I wanted to do. And then you would be in some problems. If the data is right about what the Russians have been able to do, and Alex insists on it, you can pull a profile out of a computer with enough data, and if you know how to tune into it with a certain type of computer and send out certain radiated frequencies, you can do a Yukaka-walk by computer. And with people fall over dead in remote places and no apparent reason, something's going on. Not everyone is a suicide. Not everybody is a genuine heart attack. Awful lot of heart attacks lately.
Yeah. I didn't realize that Jessup was involved in psionics.
Mark Jessup?
The one that's connected with UFOs.
Yeah.
All the time, yeah.
Case for the UFO.
Yeah.
Mark Jessup.
Before he was committed suicide, so to speak.
So to speak, right. The weirdest one of all that committed suicide was the astrophysicist from the University of Arizona in Tucson. Ivan had a bunch of tapes from. His name James.
On the advisory board?
He was one of the top. Yes, he was one of the top upper atmosphere physicists in the world. He was involved in UFO research, all that sort of thing. James McDonald? Yeah, McDonald.
That's right.
He tried to commit suicide once and succeeded in doing nothing more than getting himself blinded. And they took care of him 6 weeks later. They found him out on the highway someplace, and they still don't know how the hell he got there. About 2 miles from the house. And there he was, and either he blew his brains out the second time or ran in front of a car or what, and he succeeded the second time. And the story at the funeral was by his sons. He was despondent because his wife has been on leave, this sort of thing. Typical story. I didn't buy it. He wasn't the type.
Is it
too devoted to his work in the first place?
Is it the information that the person finds out themselves, or is it the information they find out about that causes people to wind up having these so-called heart attacks? In other words, is just the fact that this information is so mind-boggling?
No.
It's the fact that you found it out at all.
I think it's more the fact that certain key pieces of information have come under the purview of people, and if they kept their mouths shut, perhaps nothing would happen. But if they talk about it, or if it gets around somehow, that they learn certain things which are key, and apparently they put up or shut up. They learn to keep their mouths shut, do no more in that line, or they don't stay around very long. And apparently some of these people like McDonald are not known for their cooperation. They're very independent.
What's it?
And whether the elimination comes from the human level or whether it comes from a non-human level, I'm not sure. I would be inclined to think either. This gets back to some whole theory, which apparently Alex has run into the ET influence is quite strong. Mead Lane. Mark Lane's an attorney. Fairly well known. Mead Lane, when the dazed BSRA, when it was founded when he ran it, insisted there were all kinds of extraterrestrials walking around on Earth, and he felt that there was at least 1 million of them in the United States alone. This was in 1954.
A million?
1 million, at least, could not be accounted for the most part. He said he implied that there had been massive invasion of Earth by outsiders, and they just slipped into our society very quietly. Bob Beck ran into one, who certainly did in the IBM building in downtown LA one day when he was in business there on the top floor. So he got in the elevator with him, and he felt something wrong. Looked, and he kept quiet, but he said he was very upset when the alarm bells went off, and he looked at this individual. There was an elevator with it, just the two of them. This guy didn't stare at him or anything, but he knew something was wrong, and he looked and found the guy had no aura. Some dead giveaway. Now, I've noticed lately, these people who have been hit in one way or another or attacked, their auras usually show up. There seems like they are now learning how to cover it. Apparently, they're developing a technique for covering up the fact that somebody's been tampered with so the aura looks normal. And I'm finding more and more people that are obviously badly bugged and badly been worked over, their auras look clean, they look normal if you give it a superficial look. Superficially, it doesn't show.
This is something I've had a hard time developing so far. It's my auric vision.
No, mine's not all that it should be. It's quite enough to tell me when something's wrong.
I noticed something that I didn't have a chance to experiment with enough. We had a lot.
Basic patents on the atomic bomb. Yeah, Curry holds that in his name.
Anybody want anything to drink?
Water, ice water.
Al, want a beer or?
No, nothing right now. I'm still digesting that meal, particularly that ice cream. Okay, now we're going to put some first-class data on you as to what the Russian military machine is really all about. This is a very recent bit. It shows a Russian carrier that they just launched and is now operational. That's no baby flat top.
Just opening the door so you can get.
You can look at it now, and that's it.
Never find it. Go back for it being
Yeah,
doors.
you'd have a problem. That's the good Xerox machine in the plant when it works, which is not very often.
Are you interested in having a copy of this? I'll have Chris make a copy.
Standards of dedication and commitment to public service and public trust. Oh boy, okay. This might be interesting, your document, yes. Please blank appears more than blank stuff.
Tesla, while Edison was still first moving in on him.
Now, he worked directly for Tesla for about Edison for about 6 months to a year. Then he had no use for Edison. He suddenly saw...
Right, but it was too late because by that time Edison had worked things out with the Rockefeller boys. They ran down with their lawyers and got the patents to block Tesla from going any further with anything he wanted to come out with.
Then his laboratory mysteriously burned to the ground prior to that, I think. But that was never explained. Okay, I don't know how much you're into this thing, and I don't know who this Donald Wilson is, but the data is accurate because I know
That is
most
Donald
of the data.
Wilson.
That was the
That's
same one, right? Both the Russians and NASA agree the moon is hollow. Our moon. It is older than the Earth. The seismic experiments were the first one where they dropped the, not the LEM, but the LEM was scuttled and sent back to crash into the moon as a experiment to pick up the seismic readout from the planet seismic devices on the surface of the moon. Scientists went absolutely nuts when the moon rang like a bell for 24 hours. And anything that hits the moon causes it to ring. The data you will find most interesting in there. NASA has modeled it after they read the Russian reports, and they agree with the Russian findings mathematically. That is, nobody's proven it. The whole thing doesn't act like a solid, homogeneous body.
Is Saga?
No, that's, yeah, that's Saga.
Well, I didn't see any foot.
Should be in there somewhere.
No.
Maybe it got flipped off.
Yeah,
Copy.
it had to be Saga because of the ancient astronaut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the UFO quarterlies. The data in there is excellent. Conclusions, maybe, maybe not, but the data is very good, and he correlates the data well. I know most of the data he gave in there personally, and it is right. A couple of things I didn't know. You remember what you were talking to me about a year and a half, 2 years ago? University of Michigan has given the go-ahead. Genetic engineering.
All right, they're 1 year behind the Purdue University.
Purdue?
Purdue got first one, 1968.
Well, now, the first ones were done on disease germs only. This is wide open now.
This was wide open at Purdue.
Well, that's not the publicized, obviously.
Okay, well, let me help you just a little bit to make sure you understand. I have a tape recording of a 1.5 hour program of Dr. Hansen, president of Purdue. Kissinger attended a special conference of all the scientists all over the world in 1971. He kept the decisions made during that conference hush-hush, except for eyes only, and 12 copies. Hansen was one of them. Hansen took the first open-end genetic engineering contract, and this was directly from the National Security Council, not from the CIA, DOD,
The Undersea itself, which was then controlled by Kissinger.
Right.
Right.
No. There was a no-holds-barred situation there. But the weird thing that happened is, a man I mentioned to you before, Warren North, appeared on the cover of Life magazine 1949 when Khrushchev came here. Khrushchev only had a half hour for Eisenhower, who was our president. He only had 6 hours for everybody else in the country, but he spent 2.5 days on Warren North's farm. Warren North's farm is...
Now, this is not connected to Cyrus Eaton that he spent a lot of time with.
Yes, you're beginning to understand.
And Eaton and North were working together?
Right. Now, what they were doing was going through the 5th generation of cattle that had been put through the synthetic birth process, and they took over 200 heads of those cattle and took them down to Cuba after Castro came into power. This is your 5th and 6th generation cattle that have had neither a mother nor a father.
No artificial insemination?
Total artificial insemination. They were experimenting with the frozen sperm. And they were coming up with new kinds of mutations. Now, you can't get onto Warren North's place. When people start trying to get into that place, he shoved the rest of them down to Stratford, Texas. But this is what Khrushchev was interested in, because a very strange thing came out which no one even knew. Warren North sits on the Health and Hospitalization Corporation in Indianapolis. They are the people to whom all medical research from Indiana University is funneled to. They are the ones who allow the grants to go out for special studies for promising students at the master's level. Health and Hospital Corporation is a closed private corporation, a non-profit, etc., so you submit no reports to anybody on anything. And Warren North is sitting on top of that since 1949.
Okay.
Now,
That's in Indiana.
next kicker. Again, facts people don't know unless you go to the school.
Yeah.
Indiana University always has had the largest cyclotron in the world. Yes.
Larger than Brookhaven?
Yes, sir.
No, because that's a...
The new cyclotron was just finished 6 months ago. It's 14 times larger than the one that was finished there in 1956. 14 times larger.
Is it a straight cyclotron or a synchrotron?
This is the cyclotron.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Brookhaven has a synchrotron. It's a
Okay.
different animal.
Now, put the three together. You've got all of the Purdue agronomists plus animal husbandry research going on.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Indiana University playing their games with human activities, all right? And you've got the middle corporation, which is Health and Hospital Corporation, funneling the information back and forth between the two, but the man who sits on all three is Warren North.
On top of all. And who is Warren North?
Now, you get to ask some very important questions.
I usually wind up asking.
Warren North is one of the first people who attacked me in Indiana after I got divorced. Warren North...
You were living in Indianapolis at that time?
Warren North was a rags to riches story. A little boy who was out in the boondocks and had nothing, and a miracle happened at 19 years of age, and he became a millionaire overnight.
Mm-hmm.
The stock market shifted just his way with soybeans. And he started with Central Soya Company.
Caught her as peanuts.
Central Soya.
Okay.
He's the man who helped put that whole ballpark together, which is now the largest soybean operation in the whole United States.
I don't know.
His background, if you check him, rags to riches in this open, that open, director of the First National Bank of St. Louis, blah, blah, on and on by the time he's 26. Right?
Who did he know in the beginning?
Uh-huh. But it follows identical the same route that Cyrus Eaton did. You check on his background, he was nobody, nothing, nobody knew about him. He was in the bottom of his class up in Canada, right? And all of a sudden, from Pugwash, boom, Cyrus Eaton's the magic boy. He owns 30% of all the utility companies while they're still coming together, okay? It's the same story of Warren North.
Just happened to be there at the right time.
Now, next step. I had my own ways of working with little spies.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I use very, very much are my contacts with women. And women who have a brain as well as a body and beauty. Okay?
A few do.
I want you to know that Warren North is now at least 73. All right?
Okay.
26-year-old girls can't keep up with him in bed. This man takes a very, very limited diet. He's under an extremely highly controlled diet. He's been under it for 30 years. He uses himself for experiments.
Mm-hmm.
He is using synthetic hormones taken from bulls. And I've had it from straight-out conversations with girls who can hold their own, got a hell of a strong sex drive, especially from Taurus. You know, they really don't. They can't keep up with him. Cannot keep up with that man.
Is he an Aries by any chance?
Warren North is Sagittarius,
Sag.
but 71 years old.
Sag, you got strange split personality problems usually.
Next thing, the skin on his body seems to go through a process on 6 and 7 year cycles. He looks like he's aging very, very fast towards the end of the cycle.
Mm-hmm.
The 5th or 6th year, like he's very drawn, withdrawn. His skin is sagging and this and that. Then he disappears. No one sees him except his foreman on his ranch and on his farm. No one sees him. Only helicopters or airplanes. Like he's got a private airstrip going in there. He's a multi-millionaire, as you can well assume.
Mm-hmm.
And after that 6-7 month period, Warren then won't drive a car. He won't drive a car for a period of months. Apparently it has something to do with the eyes and the reflexes or whatever. But then when you see him after that 9-month cycle, 6 and 3, looks like he's dropped down to about 51 years of age. His skin gets very solid again. No flakiness when you rub your fingers on it. So he's playing with cell regeneration.
Yeah, there's several techniques, but I have no idea what he's into. There's the Nehan's
But
treatment out of
the
Germany.
key is the hormones from the bull's sperm. Now this is what he's working on.
Okay.
Now Castro has in Cuba 200 of Warren North's top cattle. Now cattle covers a wide spectrum. They could be bulls, they could be this, they could be whatever. But 200 were shipped there, and were shipped there 5 by 5. They went through Mexico. But after they hit Cuba, that's when Khrushchev went down there.
He had to see it.
He had to see that.
This is while he was still in power.
Right. Now, I started the conversation with a tape conversation I had with Dr. Hansen. Dr. Hansen gave this lecture one time and never again mentioned it at any university lectures to anyone for anything, and the station tried to destroy all the tapes they can get their hands on. And it was equivalent to Isaac Asimov's Futurolia. Okay?
I'm not familiar with that story of his.
All right. Isaac Asimov says that we are nothing but a culture. We are nothing but a culture here on this planet.
Okay.
That it took us many, many centuries to learn that many of us are imperfect and have no function to perform. Only those with functional utility in direct proportion to the resources on the face of the earth have a right to live. The individuals per se are not important. And he falls into this whole Karl Marx concept of the state is the whole, the humans in it are like corpuscles or a member. If the member starts to attack the whole, you must cut it off. And that the only way that we have developed as a culture is the same way you do it in the laboratory. You skim off some and you experiment and put them through this and that. Then you breed another culture out of it. And they have now reached the point where their computer technology and their inventory of psychological tests and whatnot has not shown that Hitler was on the right track, but off. He was trying to go along this Aryan philosophy, when the secret was to take the best from all the races. Get the twist? The best from all the races, they are the super government. Then what you do is you take those best characteristics of those 5 races, and you only combine those. That's what Purdue University picked up on.
But who is to say what is the best?
Well, again, we get
Yeah,
back.
right.
They're naturally, they figure
They know.
they know.
Right.
But Dr. Hansen came out with this and says the time of liberty, the time for people as far as cities or states are concerned making decisions for their own end and debate it and all this, there's not enough time. We're moving too far ahead in science. And because we're moving that far ahead, we must have just one highly centralized group of people who make the decisions, and the rest simply carry it out and fall into place. That the age of the technocrats is here.
Basically, that's true.
The age of the technocrats is here, and that persons like Dr. Hansen, in charge of our universities, must now look upon themselves as the greatest general managers of a production facility, much like those of the 1890s who were actually producing and manufacturing. That Dr. Hansen and his colleagues all over the United States must look upon themselves as the new general managers of the future brain factories. That they must manufacture certain kinds of brains to solve problems which are unsolvable. And that can only be done by selective breeding. So, one of the reasons I asked you to check on that place, Yerke's place, they're tied in. They have done the most advanced research with partitioning and mapping out the brain, okay? They know every little piece and part of it, and they play with enzymes and electrodes and everything. All that research from Yerke's in Atlanta is being sent to Purdue. And Hansen's in charge of it.
Yerke's originally, I understand, started up in Florida.
Yep.
And they moved a branch to Atlanta. And it's tied in with the...
NASA.
Yeah, right, with NASA, but also...
The fence. You got a fence between NASA and right across it is Yerke's.
Okay, I've not been able to locate either one.
I know, you told me.
And they're on the ground somewhere associated with that university. What the hell's the name? It's a very well-known private university. It's got an enormous library and a number of other interesting facilities. They're down there someplace.
But this is the ballpark. May 23rd. Huh?
Now, this may surprise you. We didn't get to conference number 2, but...
You never made it either, huh?
No. I had a strange feeling not to go on subsequent events to Peru, and that was probably...
I didn't like Washington, D.C. That's why I didn't like it.
Well, they were holding it in Washington, yes, but I read ahead there was going to be some real sticky wickets involved with the whole operation, and it has turned out to be a bit so because of the heavy surveillance. MRU's gotten into the act, and some other funny things have happened, and honest and honorable people who were on the board of directors, like E.A. Wingo, was never invited.
Oh,
He
really?
didn't even go. He wasn't invited. I talked to him personally. Something weird, but anyway, that may interest you to read. It's 23 pages. I don't recommend you do it all now. Chris Bird is also ex-CIA. You know what?
I don't even know if is
Chris
he
Bird is
ex.
ex-CIA. The question is he ex? He lives in Washington.
All right, let me go through it again. There is no such thing as an X.
That's right, I know.
I've gone through this over and over.
Once a Boy Scout,
The
they've always
whole,
got a tap on it.
the whole function of the CIA's operations are, it's a private club.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody is welcome.
Right.
But once you have joined the club, there is no way out.
Unless you're a flunky and
You
just in
may
the early
be
pages.
released. You may be released from direct orders. You may be released from direct projects.
Mhm.
However, your position of being neutral is something they decide.
Okay, I can read it. I can believe that. Definitely.
They decide when you are no longer neutral or pursuing a course that's not going to interfere with
Then.
what they're doing.
Mhm.
But the moment you step out of that ballpark and they give you a warning that you're not neutral anymore, you must then immediately go back on assignments, even without a paycheck. Or else.
Did they ever hit you with that?
Yeah.
They're probably giving you a hell of a lot of hassle.
One of the biggest things that they got onto my ass about was when I began to make the people. I mean, remember, since Watergate, people's minds have opened up quite a bit.
Yes, there was one good thing that happened. It started something.
But baby, I'll tell you, in 1960, 1964, when you try to talk to people, especially those trying to climb up the ladder to become executives in some of our major corporations, or people associated with the international JCs and stuff like that, and you told them, don't take those psychological tests. You don't know what they're capable of doing.
They wouldn't believe me.
They would not believe me.
Yeah.
They would not believe me, and it was one of the areas where I was the most proficient in. I could take a quick look through a person's psychological profile,
And then MPI or whatever.
and I don't care which one it was. It made no difference because the correlations of the scores from those tests and the way they answered certain key questions, I could pick those out and tell you exactly who was assassin material. I could tell you who was a sexual psychopath, how to work on them. I can tell you who had the homosexual tendencies that could be blackmailed with it or accentuated, just from those tests.
Mm-hmm.
Then the CIA went ahead and built a computer I talked to you about.
That's right.
Computer Walnut. And Walnut was capable, it was like a disjointed brain that could handle 5,000 projects at one time. You could have 5,000 programmers. I mean, I'm overemphasizing. But you could have almost 5,000 programmers feeding raw data into that machine, asking for answers to questions, and the machine wasn't operating at 50% capacity. And it would spit out the answers. It was the most fantastic memory bank. The memory bank ran almost 1.5 miles.
Miles.
Miles, the memory bank.
This buried in Langley?
No, it's outside of Langley. Now,
Underground.
it needs so much power that one of the biggest secrets is that the Potomac Electric Company supplies almost 40% of all the power coming from the Potomac operation is strictly to run the CIA's operation near Langdon.
Yes, you told me about the man who was going to blow the lid
That's
off
right.
the
That's why
Potomac
this
Power.
one guy was going to blow it up, and he ended up in prison with me. All right. Now, I'm going off the subject, but what I'm trying to say to you is this. They fed a program, the slight little idiosyncrasies, the correlations, couldn't do what a human mind can do once it was properly trained, so they had to scrap it. They used that program and they put all this stuff on the computer. And the way they did it, and people don't remember what happened, remember there was a thing called Science Research Associates?
Yes, I remember the name someplace.
All right. Science Research Associates started as a very nondescript operation, and it then became almost like a licensing operation to give group tests and this and that. Then ITT took it over.
Yes.
Okay?
They get everything. It has a name CIA attached.
All right. So, whenever the intelligence community wanted a double check on all that was taking place, they'd send little people trained similar to myself or otherwise and hook them up with employment firms, executive recruitment firms. And you could really get a guy to spill his guts. I don't care who he is, right?
They promise him a good job or
You
something.
promise him a job and let him tell him, his wife's there, this is top government, this is for the advancement of your country and this and that, and we know that this can be considered raiding, but we're not raiding. We cannot make an offer. We can't tell you who the employer is until you make up your mind. But here is the contract, okay? And this will be your full extent. You will have this type of a computer. You will have this staff, the latest of this. You'll have carte blanche up to $8 to $9 million a year at your disposal to carry out this, but you must build your team and suck off the rest from the R&D and build it around you within 1 year. And you'd sign out the whole contract and you'd sign your name to it.
Mhm.
That you are promising this man this and you are stating under oath that you will follow through. And that you will reveal to him once he says, I accept, you'll put him in contact, right? Well, shit, I was talking directly with Ralph Cordonier. Remember him? President of General Electric?
Well, that man.
That man. I used to meet him once a week. People still don't know what GE was into.
I have some pretty good notions, but I
Okay.
don't know.
My employer was GE on paper. GE covered all my bills.
Good.
If I said I need $5,000 to travel from Minnesota to Chicago,
They'd probably give it to you.
they said to me, just a minute, I'll check. And there was a pause on the phone. You didn't know what happened, and they said, okay, one of the local banks will call you and tell you where to come. I'd sit wherever I was at, that phone would ring, and they say, hello, Mr. Bates. Yes. We have a check here for you. What time can you pick it up? And I'd walk in, no identification, no nothing, and there was my check waiting, $5,000 to travel from Minneapolis to Chicago. And you know fucking A well. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Chris.
She probably didn't even hear it.
Now, you know damn well there's no corporation is going to give an executive recruiter, an engineering recruiter, $5,000 to travel, his travel expenses in that short distance, but there was no questions asked. Watch the most important thing, no accounting. The bank drew that $5,000 directly off of its own bank's reserve funds. On that check, it was a cashier's check directly from that bank to me. It did not show the payee and payer as General Electric, or it didn't show it when I used to do it for Martin Orlando.
Sure,
It showed directly from that local bank's master funds. Now, the only people who can look at those records of the bank's inter-transfer funds is the Federal Reserve. Now, did you begin? I mean, you can't even get the control of the currency to look at those interbank transaction
That's why
funds.
the Fed will never be audited.
Never be audited.
Because of
So
what
now
they're
you
doing.
see how the ballpark worked. Even with what people like I knew and could say under oath in a court of law to do anything, we'd all end up goddamn fools. if I got 100 of us together. Because the hardest thing in the world that a man who got caught in that ballpark had to prove, if someone accused you of being a CIA agent or officer, all right? If they accused you of it and you didn't want to admit to it, there's no way that anyone, I don't care who they are, even Victor Marchetti to this day, if they wanted to prove that he never worked for the CIA, believe it, they could prove Victor Marchetti never worked for the CIA. And we go back to Orwell's 1984. He who controls the past, he who controls the records, he who controls the libraries, controls the future. Anything you and I try to prove, I don't care what, in science, in mathematics, in history, in politics, the only way you can do it is a sequence of thought. This adds to this, to this, to this, and this happened and that happened, right?
Right.
On a greater proportionate basis, beginning with 1954, more and more of the highest level of decision-making ended up on documents that ended up in archives or secret meetings or this or that or this and got pulled away from the general flow of information, even from the technical books like Aviation Magazine. Okay, so if they're sitting on it for 15 and 20 years and no one can get to it, and then something explodes that they don't want to happen, everything's on microfilm.
Sure. Buried in the vault.
It's buried in the vault. So if any way you want, under the 5-year rule where the CIA has to do certain things every 5 years and release it and all the declassify and all, or with the freedom of information now, they just come back out and they print for you what never existed. They'll print for you court transcripts of secret cases where judges made rulings and ordered the stuff to be buried, right? They'll give you complete minutes of meetings that took place over a period of 4 years that never took place. But that will prove that you're wrong, or it will prove that they're right. They'll come up with checks and with the whole stamp on the back, Federal Reserve on this date and transcript. They never happen. They can create history.
I read you, okay.
Now that's what the trouble is. That's why people like myself who woke up early because of special talents, and that buzzer kept ringing in our heads, you know. It looks right, but it's wrong, even if you can't tell because it hurts over here, all right? We are in a hell of a position.
Sure.
This
whole planet is.
It's like knowing on a physical level, but having someone shove an orange in your mouth, okay, and taping it. You know, but you can't get it out. There's no way to lock in. So when this man you say is X...
Well, that's what he says of himself, but other people seriously question it.
He doesn't even admit it.
No.
Last
Let me
time.
show you what these guys are called, and I'll show you the symbol for it. This is the same thing that E. Howard Hunt had, and so did I. That is clearance and authority equal to an ambassador. You can override an ambassador if you're carrying a current intelligence identification. Now, Howard Hunt had it, and so did I. Not many people know about that.
And probably Mr. Byrd. Mr. Byrd has been out on the West Coast directly questioning somebody who I'm going to have to give you the date on before the evening's over.
I don't know about that, though.
What?
Byrd. He was... If I picked up Byrd back in the 70s as being working for them, I don't think he could be that good.
I don't know.
Claimed he was a school teacher, and he took down everything I told him, and he asked so many questions about everybody. And Ivan gave him a aspirin and his Coke, and he was spilling everything on the way back to the bus station. Ivan.
Chris? Chris Byrd, no?
So.
I don't know. I don't know anything about him because I've not met him personally. I only know that he sits in Washington and is highly placed and considered as being one of the top radiologists in the U.S. involved in dowsing radiology and all of this. Member of the American Dowsers Association, so forth, a former president.
He came, at that time he came over, he was a school teacher.
Why did he release this?
That's private communication, which I happen to get a copy of. It was sent to Tom Bearden, because Bearden is mentioned in that.
How's Gallimore doing? This is the guy who claimed he was dead and came back
That's
to life.
right. He says he has no formal education past high school, but he's been building radionics and other types of equipment. Some of the concepts he comes up with in there are rather startling, and some of them hang together. And other areas he makes mention
What has
of.
Bearden brought to this subject?
He is brought in as a mention because he says he Gallimore, feels that Bearden is the only other person in the United States who is more advanced than he is in this field. Because he read Bearden's paper. Bearden presented a huge paper about an inch thick to be read at the second Radionics conference. Bearden was going to go and he couldn't. Didn't have the money. And he sent the paper. It was not read. He didn't have time. It was so damn thick. They promised to publish. Nagorka told me on the phone that they are going to publish all the papers, both those read and those submitted, and that a bulletin will be sent out outlining what will be published in the near future, about 6 weeks, he said. That's about 6 weeks coming up now. Gallimore describes some of the things he's done and tried to do, and some of his basic concepts of electricity and magnetism are so wrong and so far off. He has 2 books that have been published by Health Research at Mechalumi Hill. A friend on the West Coast has gotten both copies and read them and said it's sheer utter garbage. Gallimore doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Show one.
Yeah, I can show him one. It says gibberish and scratchings on backs of envelopes and old papers and says nothing. And Gallimore insists he's built this stuff and buried.
All right, now you understand that one of the most fantastic parts of the future world was a hologram.
Yes. The hologram reconstruction via computer.
Right.
And that was outlining in that future world, I think, something which is virtually in the process of being done now, or damn close. Certain aspects aren't real. The rest is future.
How did you get your hands on it?
Mokalumini Hills.
Pardon me?
Mokalumini Hills, Health Research.
They're selling them. Gallimore sent them copies to be published.
Where do you put this on?
That one was published before the 74 conference. Oh, when? On the
75 conference.
75 conference. As you mentioned it there.
You know how to do your own copyright, don't you, Al? The simplest way in the world. Take the original manuscript. Make any number of errors, or else chip one letter on your typewriter. Type it out so it's got an original. Mail it to yourself. Drop it in the post box. That's automatically copyrighted because you have the proof, the date, and then walk down to a bank, put it into the vault.
Yeah, I guess
It's very inexpensive.
I guess my typewriter would qualify because I have a chipped letter in it that they can't replace.
Right.
Okay.
So there's only
Make
three.
it unique unto yourself, in other
Right,
words.
that's right.
You take the original and photocopy if you want. Take the original with certified mail it back to yourself, and upon receiving it, on the day you get it, and you sign that thing with the post office, you immediately walk right down to the bank so it will show that it was opened on that date and never open that box again. That's how I have a few things all over. And people say, oh, you picked this up from somewhere else. And it works. It holds up in court, too.
Yeah.
I want to write this down here.
I don't know, I'm going to stick it upside down.
Yeah. You want to pull it?
Yeah. Just re-staple it, and I mean, there's no point in having somebody trying to read it upside down. One page is right and the next is wrong.
I may have a flyer on it. Here's the price.
Brilliant. This is something that came out of Pursuit, Ivan's organizational magazine on pyramid slope angles.
Fantastic, though, because I'm surprised Gallimore would put this much stuff out. He's so secretive in everything he does.
He's got another one out after that.
How come all of a sudden he's printing?
The other one costs $30.
$30 for the second one.
This one was how much?
$8. $8. I don't know what they want. Here we go. Here is a whole. This is a new one. Gives you a whole rundown on it. You can have that. Okay, I'm not sure I got another one.
All right, I'm gonna drop something on you because it's time. One thing that I discussed piecemeal with certain people who got certain talent, and I was getting ready to do it with Tony before he died. If 30 people with high talent got together and made a circle and were in physical contact, and all were wearing one copper and one gold bracelet, and they all concentrated on the crystal pyramid in the center.
Like the one I showed you the pictures of?
And they all knew what they were doing, and they had previously agreed individually, not collectively, that they would use it for specific purposes, but no more. And they would not do it more often than
Necessary.
The whole success of the Luciferian Church is that tight-knit group of 12 at the top, 13 at the top. The horrible part is, even with all that I know about, I only know 6 out of the 13.
I didn't even know that many. That's tightly guarded.
6 out of the 13 I know who they are.
One of
But
them.
the moment 30 people sit around like that and begin to do it, the first sensing of those waves and that distortion coming out in the direction to neutralize or shield or whatever, you can only concentrate on one person at a time. The other 12 are still there to operate, and they can turn it back on you. So those 30 would risk everything,
Why would it take 30?
because that's about as high a level that we've got down here. You need 30 of us to counter 12 of them. Because we're only going after one, remember. The people don't want to understand, they don't like to, it's their own human conceit of the real power of these people.
Oh, yeah, it's no question about the power they've got. No question at all.
I mean, you read in the books.
Look what one disciple almost did, made off.
Human beings have got this sick part of them that won't let them understand what was 2 million years ago. They just don't want to grasp it.
No, they don't want to grasp it, they don't want to look at it because it's too damn uncomfortable.
Now, few of the episodes on Star Trek showed pictures of different little things. But the entity that was total energy and could transmute into anything it wanted to, the whole thing that could violate all physical laws and hold a spaceship from moving forward, sideways, or anything else, or increase the heat or freeze it or whatever, by sheer wanting it and wishing it. They're here. They're here walking this same ground with you and I right now. And they like the human body. The human body, because it's such a machine, and the computer brain, it allows so much sensations.
Yeah, that's true.
So many sensations that they can't feel in their total energy form when they're other bodies. That's why they like our human form.
Yeah, that's why they like to take so many of them over.
And the whole key of it was, if you go look into your Bible, and the sons of God looked upon the daughters of man and found that they were fair. And then came the time when the giants walked the earth. This is the whole trick, the whole kick for thousands of years.
There's 3 books by Shea and Wilson, was it, on the Illuminati? They did their homework. They dug out a few very interesting facts. I asked Bob Moser about this book, The Tetragrammatron. I said, does it exist or doesn't it? Because I ran into a movie that portrayed that same material. And he says there is quite a debate on that. There are those who insist that it's a fiction. And there are others that say the book does exist, but there's probably only one copy of it left. He says, if that is true, he says, it's probably buried in the Vatican Library. And I would say that's probably the best place it would be if it exists at all. But he says there is considerable evidence to indicate it may well be real. But the terminologies he used of these energy beings from another space-time and so forth rings true.
Did you know that Wilson was a contactee?
No.
First sentence.
Contacting myself. Interesting.
Oops.
What's this that I want to read?
That's the
Oh.
that's the review of that council.
I think I can stand the water now.
Jacques Vallée.
Valley has a new book out on UFOs also.
Who is it, Wilson and who?
No, we're talking about the 2 authors of Illuminati. He wrote that review.
Yeah, it was Wilson and Shea.
And he's saying right off the top
Yeah,
that
Shea.
he's...
Because you did an interview about that.
Contactee.
You talked with one of them on the radio. One of the tapes that he did for me. You never could pin him down to anything this time either.
Yeah, that's true. I remember that. A little more ice, Alex?
Yeah, please.
Okay, this is a highly theoretical paper, but you may never have heard of the Chandler resonance before.
I was going to ask you something here. This came from what?
C2, Society for Investigation and Explain, their magazine Pursuit. It should be on there as Pursuit somewhere. It's from let's see, the issue of July 75, Pursuit.
Pursuit?
Pursuit. Sightings. Contribution. The organization's in chaos right now. It's second time and getting worse.
76. July 76 or
75.
5?
This is Gnostica, if you're wondering where that was from.
This?
No, it's about Wilson.
Okay.
Okay, there's a general pile of interesting little side shoots. And if anybody has ever talked to you about the Bermuda Triangle in relation to Noah's satellites blacking out over it, and yeah, they do, but there's the real reason. It's a hardcore engineering reason. It has nothing to do with the triangle other than the physical location. It's full of this freaky...
Yeah, I was reading several articles on the blackouts where all the instruments were haywire.
Only the readout of the...
Right.
Only the readout of the black and white image. And that's because they have to timeshare and they have to use other data readout, and they suppress the black and white image for the real-time readout of data, and the infrared image still comes through. There's a lot of reprints here of various types you may find most interesting from Liberty Lobby's paper, weekly, called Spotlight. I won't go into them very much now, except there is a complete rundown in here on the real background of a certain gentleman who seems to be the Democratic nominee for president. I think his name is Carter, Peanuts Carter. And a lot of stuff in here on this tax rebellion business too. So let's get down to Mr. Carter. There's a lot on Kissinger. Kissinger was just excommunicated, by the way, by the rabbis in New York, from the Jewish church. They threw him out as a danger to Israel and the world. Public. He was sought out for comment, and he refused to make any.
It's sense, isn't it?
Okay, here we get down to Mr. Carter. Carter is no outsider, he's a hand-picked puppet. There's number 1. He's number 2 by Lester Maddox. He's number 3, psychiatrist heads Carter's Brain Trust, and he's a foreign-born, and he has been under psychiatric treatment for years. Most interesting is the real backup of Mr. Carter for money.
I heard about this.
Well, there's your documentation. The 3 researchers by Liberty Lobby who spent 3 weeks in Macon, Georgia, digging it out, were jailed, shot at, liars threatened, and everything else, but they got the story. The Alden Brothers Band and Mr. Walden, if you've heard of him, has a fortune estimated between $18 and $40 million, all of which was acquired in the past 7 years. And he runs a record company known as Capricorn Records Incorporated in Macon, Georgia. Now, you tell me of any record company that can make a millionaire out of anybody. Most of them can't even break even.
I heard about this.
Well, the full story's in there. Walden was introduced to Carter by Carter's former lieutenant when he was governor. He was the man, the fixer behind it. And that's the organizational setup. They have already been threatened by Carter. It says if this becomes public knowledge in the mass media that Carter will sue Liberty Lobby for a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. And there's the last bit on it, the follow-up. Mr. Carter is very interesting, gentlemen. And a few pieces
Did you
on
say
it.
you had extra copies of that?
Yes, I have extras here.
I'd like at least one.
Okay.
Maybe
Here's
some
stuff on
steps, one
Kissinger, and then
person
on
can go
Mr. Reagan, if you want to know the whole story, then some Washington Observer things that are very interesting. This is all political. This may interest you very much, because this was a suppressed story which was found by accident. The CIA team ran into a full UFO flap inside the Bermuda Triangle. And they got a full-blown thing on the BT.
Oh, I'm sure the saga what? What's that room for this saga?
Let me think.
Well, I seldom miss saga. I don't know how to do it.
I've missed a couple of issues, and one of my prime issues has disappeared. I fortunately have a first-class copy I can duplicate from, but the magazine in last July disappeared. July 75 issue. It was a very important issue. Because that was the one that did the full documentation on the Body and Betty Hill thing by Marjorie Fish.
About you just showed it to me, the DNA, the genetic research, and
That's right.
Walnut.
That's right.
Its function is a selection of mothers to bear children who would be part alien and part human.
That's right. That's
Now
right.
this is exactly the games I'm trying to tell you. The Health and Hospital Corporation and Indiana University, with that cyclotron they have now, they can, usually when you're trying to bust apart an atom, when you're trying to slug that neutron going right down the center,
Mm-hmm.
you got to kind of guess maybe you'll hit something. Not what they want at Indiana University. You can isolate and pick out what the hell you want. And that's what you aim that neutron gun at. So all that's super duper research coming out of there, it takes 10 years just to decipher what it means. It's all locked away in Health and Hospital Corporation, and you can't get into it. For war, and you can.
Yeah, well, this is the point they are pointing out there. The Undersea operating base was right in the middle of the BT. One of the CIA people got a mental tune-in vision from the UFO, and he was shown mentally their underground operating base. In fact, there were people down there who were human. Some were picked up by UFOs, and once they got down there, they never let out. They live out their lives down there. Total underwater, underground, below the ocean operating base. With secret entrances through underwater cavern entrances. It's a very interesting story. Bob Moser read it and he says it rings true on the whole thing, and I agree with him, it does. Now, here is one I don't know if you know much about, and I've found nobody who knows anything about it, not even Bearden. This one has struck terror into military people when the name is mentioned. It's the most secret classified project in the country that has ever existed. And the author spent 2 to 3 years trying to find out what it's all about and finally gave up. He interviewed principals, he could get nowhere. Double talk, triple talk, backtracked, denying what they said previously, etc., etc., etc. There's one page missing from that because a copy was given to me, had a page missing. But the basic essence of the story is there. It involves the Glomar Explorer, it involves Hughes, it involves David Rockefeller, and that's about as far as you can get.
Military spy ring inside the White House.
And he makes an interesting statement. It was his conviction, after all of this research, that the Watergate operation was a sacrificial lamb to cover up a far more important operation that they did not want exposed in any way.
That's what I mentioned yesterday when I said, how come the military intelligence has gotten by
That's
unscathed
right.
by the whole thing?
That's right. I think you will find that very interesting.
You going to give me a copy of that thing?
Yeah, I got the originals yet.
Oh, God damn it, Al, you really hit me in the gut here.
Well, I don't say I've been holding out, I've just been collecting stuff for you. That one came to me unbidden.
Okay. I have been writing back and forth with Lisa Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
She's now at Madison, Wisconsin. She's going to school there.
Who?
Lisa Hunt.
Oh, the daughter of E. Howard?
She remembers me.
Okay.
This is what she mentioned to me the first time I wrote to her. That's why Liddy and Hunt are kept in jail.
That's because he knows about it.
Because she asked me in the letter, do you understand desktop or not?
And she knows?
She knows. Her mother told her. Don't ever forget that her mother is of a higher rank than E. Howard Hunt.
Oh, she was not only the bag woman, she was giving orders. Well, that you mentioned, right, but that never came out anywhere else.
So I wrote back to her. I said, Lisa, I have heard desktop mentioned, but only in whispers, only in passing. I know it has something to do with either atomic wastes or atomic. That's as much as I know.
Possibly underwater missiles.
Right.
Possibly.
Now you've come out with this.
It's mostly speculation, but a lot of data has been pulled together that's interesting. You might be able to put more pieces together as a result of that.
Doomsday weapon. Doomsday weapon.
That's all. And that yeoman is one scared man. And they kept hiding him all over in the strangest places. Like Salem, Oregon, for 4 years. They won't let him loose. They don't shut him up, except they finally read him the riot act when after he talked with this reporter a number of times. Got to one of the head scientists, who wouldn't talk at all. Went to the military. They told him ultra secret and involve the highest levels of national security, and they really shouldn't be looking at it, and they won't talk.
Jesus.
I think you're going to put quite a few pieces together as a result of that one.
I just knew it was something about atomic. I thought it was atomic waste that had gone crazy, you know.
No, it's not that apparent. That's a problem, but I don't think that's what's involved there at all. It's becoming a serious problem, but that's another area.
Well, this is the same way that one other planet went, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're quite sure now that it was a planet, too.
Yeah, I know.
There's been computer studies made of that, and they've finally proven it.
That's exactly the way it went.
Oh?
The doomsday weapon, planet right near the core. I mean, you just came out with this other thing here about the moon being hollow and all this. Well,
No, it's not certain that it's hollow, but there's something awfully strange going on up there. It may be hollow, and then again it may not, but all of the legends and everything else trace that that was the home of somebody, and they use that as a main operating base. And the beauty part of it is, all of the records seem to tie together. The moon is a recent newcomer. It attached itself in orbit to the Earth approximately 12 to 15,000 years ago. Records show that it did not exist.
right at the time that Atlantis and Memorial were found.
Exactly. Well, Atlantis anyway.
Atlantis.
Exactly. And then the ice cap started to melt. Okay, and here are the granddaddies of the all. Here's the two Russian
This one
reports.
here should be the most of everything you've...
Now, after you read this, it may shake you a little more yet. I don't think you want to sit and read that right now. 178 pages on one, and about 23 on the other. The printing is terrible on that one. I think you'll be able to read it, but it's bad.
Who's the name?
Because that one is...
How do you read it?
Lisitsin, I think. Oh, that's Lisitsin. L-I-S-I-T-I-Z-Y-N.
L-I-T... No, it's L-I-S.
Yeah. L-A-S-I-T-S-Y-N.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You read those two, I think you will shake a little more. I haven't read but one of them partly. The other I haven't even touched. It's a book. It's heavy. I haven't just had time to go through all this crap. I've got to sit down and take time to read some of the stuff I've been passing out in every direction. Not every direction, very restricted directions, but nevertheless. It takes time to correlate this stuff, tie it together, put it in the mailer and mail it.
Did I ever send you this?
Much less finding the Xerox machines working long enough to copy anything. Every time I go near the damn things to copy any of these papers, they break down. One day both broke down right under my nose while I was starting to operate. That that particular one. That's, yes, I read that. Okay, yes, I read that. Yes, I read that one.
You've really been digging in the last, what was it, last 2 years?
It was over a year ago.
So last August.
August,
a year ago.
yeah, right after he got chased out of
Right, Indiana.
Indiana.
Yeah, you did, yes. Right. Yeah. Well, you were, that was at the Travel Lodge dinner. And this is interesting that IEEE is starting to get in on parapsychology, and that's a documentation of one of their main feature sessions by Jim Beal. It was now tied into some corporation in Florida. He used to work for NASA in Huntsville. Beard knows him, by the way. Not a very good copy. It's readable. Pictures got washed.
Finally stepping into it, huh?
Yes, they are.
The metal plate over the head, the positive field, 2,000 volt power supply.
Let's see if I can get this. This is by DNA Research Collective, Lindbergh. A few other people.
Yes. Right. I'll copy that.
That's what I'm showing you. Copies of this stuff, they just throw this stuff in. I know I sent a copy to Alex.
Yeah, I could hardly read that
Yeah,
one.
that's because the person who sent it to me had it reduced for some reason.
Yeah, that's from DNA, I remember that.
Right.
But there's a hell of a thing, I couldn't read it. I mean, even with magnifying glasses, I couldn't get through.
Hmm.
Because I had a copy of your copy, and then some of the words were completely... I remember that. That was a damn good article. That was, what, 75, wasn't it?
So,
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just about a month before, yeah, it was about a...
September 9, 75.
Yeah, it was right then, yeah. Al, you're fantastic.
And this was one of Bearden's little early spin-offs. And that was a result of those two papers because he collated some of the data and put together what the Russians are doing. For example, they have finally found that the human brain has a secondary level communication, does its own computer processing, and it's using a 44-bit code. The Russians have finally gotten that far, and they're now at the point of cracking the code.
Yeah, to find out what the external influence can be.
Right.
Both an internal influence and an external influence.
Right, they've already found apparently how to a large degree, control externally.
Oh, really interesting. This is also...
His conclusions there on the solution to the human problem I don't agree with. It is a solution. He tends to think in those directions because he believes the Russians are working in those directions. But he also put something else interesting in on me, that the equations he put in one of the papers,
Purposely messed up.
yes, they actually were dealing with free energy. He got that from somebody else and they disguised it. But he does state that the brain linkage solution he feels is going to be experimented with by the Russians. Linking brains together by means of finding the final keys and the solutions and then tying people together in banks.
Well, that's what I was talking about, the 30 people holding hands, willfully letting themselves be submerged to a specific point.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to do it physiologically.
Hardware. Physiologically and hardware.
Everything they do is hardware, hardware, hardware every day.
Right.
Okay, you and I are sitting here. 2 more people are sitting somewhere else. 4 more people are sitting elsewhere.
Right. You have this too.
By Larson.
Yeah.
This is a new one, latest one?
Yep. The whole history. Right down to Jekyll Island and all the attendants.
Or your currency transaction, I told you that before.
Yeah.
That includes transfers.
Okay.
In currency though. So if you don't do it by currency,
Oh, okay, yeah.
that's where it is.
479 currency transaction. Okay. Hmm. Personal savings.
Do you know any of the people personally who are working with an organization known as the Fifth Estate? They put out a magazine called Counter Spy. It's the civilian
Heard of
spy
it.
corps.
No, the
I've heard of the
magazine.
Fifth Estate, yes.
All right.
It's in Washington, I believe. But I do not know, that I know of, any
Well, I'm
other
in
people.
touch with 4 of the people there,
Okay.
and they're gutsier than hell. They're really gutsier than hell. Rather than be liberals, okay,
Mhm.
they're in a political ideology. They are not so much liberal in their concept as they are libertarians, the total freedom of the individual, and absolutely against all forms of totalitarianism and secrecy.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of their rhetoric is influenced by 2 of the other people who are liberals,
Okay.
or more than liberals.
You have the envelope here.
Thank you. Now, these people include persons such as Marchetti, Philip Agee, Wexler, I can't remember a couple, but anyhow.
2 ex-CIA, Wexler might be a third.
But these are people from either State Department intelligence, CIA, Air Force intelligence, but one of the most fantastic places I ran into them, and I just learned about it in the last year and a half, how important. Do you know that on a number basis of number of people working, which government agency has the second largest intelligence operation in the world?
NSA.
Agriculture.
What?
The Department of Agriculture. It has the largest intelligence operation, and now watch what the kicker comes in. 3 months ago, the CIA released a very top secret report into NSC and into the FIAB on using food as a weapon of war. Only the CIA didn't publish that. That came from the Agriculture Department, and those people are some of the old pros who've been there since 1921.
50-odd years.
Now, the CIA's report said, let's quit pissing away our money on all these weapon systems, this, that, and so forth and so on. We can use weather control plus food shortages to bring down any regime we want. And they lay out the entire 17-step basis by which we should do it, beginning where, in which countries, with a projection of where we would be by 1983. But the work was not done by the CIA. The CIA was simply the vehicle
For publication.
for publication.
It's rather unusual.
But I almost flipped out because I start checking into the Department of Agriculture. And when you go ahead and you write in and ask for the breakdown of the department and all this,
Look who sponsored and covered the UCACO research for 10 years.
Now you're getting the picture. The Department of Agriculture. It's got the second largest in number. Now people thought the CIA was big, right?
Yeah.
Then they learned that it was NSA that was the bigger. National Security Agency was 3 times larger in number of personnel. But the Ag is larger than the CIA.
Or
Now you begin to understand where all this money's been going since World War II Yet nothing is built constructively inside of our country. No matter how much you add up the missiles, no matter how much you add up the hardware and the electronics and the this away and the everything else, you can't figure out
Where's the money?
where the hell did the money go. Even if you add up foreign aid,
That's right.
there's almost 30% of the money missing.
Yeah.
I don't care how you add up the figures. 30% of the money's been missing since 1947. And before that, it was only by 12%. Well, if you stop and think, it was 12% from 1920. 12% was going into the ag department. Then they added all these new agencies since. What they in effect have done is triple the size of the intelligence community. And we go back to the basic precept that he who controls communications controls everything.
Beautiful way to cover it up. Department of Agriculture.
Agriculture.
Who would ever suspect?
Yeah, now watch the next kicker. The closest ties that there are between government facilities and government research in food, and if we go back to Purdue University and the whole shit I covered, the agriculture department can do this, can do that, can do this. They are one of the few people who since 1921 could walk into anybody's house they wanted to without a warrant. It's something else few people understood. Why? Because they control all this wildlife stuff. When people shoot pheasants they're not supposed to and this and that, the only way you can get it is if a tipster tells you, hey, Mr. Smith shot 6 ducks or 6 pheasants and he's got them ducked in his refrigerator, right? Well, you have to have the evidence or there's no corpus delicti, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on the basis of that's the only way to get the evidence, they were given a carte blanche in 1921. They could walk into anybody's house claiming they're looking for something. So they've had search and seizure running with the Department of Ag ever since that date. Next one's on top of them, and people don't understand it, I didn't for a long time, is the GSA.
General Services Administration, yeah.
Do you realize that they have on their payroll, armed and trained as their own special private police force, more people than our 21 largest cities' police and state departments put together? More than all of our 21 largest cities, GSA, military, GSA police. Now let me tell you another
And
thing.
they're strictly GSA police?
That's right, strictly GSA. Now watch the next kicker.
Yeah.
You want to talk about conflict among the intelligence community and military. Do you know that a GSA officer can shoot to kill a U.S. Marshal? Do you know this?
No!
Yes, sir.
They're supposed to be, I thought, top dog. GSA?
Can shoot to kill a U.S. Marshal. A U.S. Marshal must obey the order of a GSA because the property of the federal government is more important than a function carrying out, and all the U.S. Marshals do is carry out functions.
Yeah.
But if you lose the property, now we get back to diplomatic status.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, you put an embassy somewhere, that's like your country, a boat somewhere, it's like your country. That federal property cannot be invaded by nobody for no nothing, and those GSAs are absolutely trained like animals.
You should send some of them down at the Panama Canal.
Hey, so you better grab what I just told you. You know where most of them are?
No.
They're stationed around the whole United States on government-owned farms. Farms. You can't get on some of the roads going to government-owned farms. All the food is already under control. The droughts that we've been experiencing, and this and that and everything else, you don't know if we've got a drought or we don't have a drought. Because all the information comes through them.
The GSA?
Now, the next thing is, along the same line of food being the power to control everything, okay?
Yeah.
Excuse me. During the late 1930s and 40s, certain people signed away their land into the land bank. Okay? And they agreed not to do nothing, they get a subsidy, then later on at balance they grew alfalfa or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
People didn't read those contracts too good.
How many ever do?
They think that after 30, 40, or 50 years, whatever they signed it for, But the contract terminates. It terminates at the will of the government. The government has a right, but not the individual, to keep it in the land bank. Now understand the full implications of what I just said to you. You got super guards who can kill a U.S. Marshal. They protect all federal ground. And under the land bank operation, that land belongs to the government because they've leased it for 50 years or 30 years. All of it. Now there were different levels of land bank. So these farmers are running around on it, doing this and that, or just letting the trees grow, whatever you want to know. But goddamn, the world starvation plan was worked out in 21. How strange it is that came just 7-8 years after the income tax came in to skim it off the top and keep anybody else from becoming rich.
Also, when the U.S. did not wind up in the League of Nations in 1920, then along came, let's see, what was it? Colonel House and a few other people, and started up the CFR in 21.
Carter's farm was subsidized, by the way.
Yeah, and present Department of Agriculture Chief Butts had plenty to say about it, and Carter says, oh no, I didn't take any federal money, and Butts says, oh yes you did.
Now I'll try to tell you over and over, I'll say it again until it gets through. Everybody thinks the power is here, the power is there, the power is everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
No. I blew a lot of people's heads when I told them during the middle of Watergate. I said, you're still not seeing what Watergate's about. That the real Watergate is the creation of supranational corporations all interlocked and tied together that are greater than the governments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I said, that's yet going to come out, and this is a battle between, we called it then the Vatican Mafia versus Rockefeller, whatever, to get it simplistic, whatever. It's not that simple. The next thing I told them was that they allowed the industry to grow for 50 years in this country. Everything turned mechanized.
Right.
Because they can stop any country and bring it to its heels by cutting off the oil. You cut off the oil, I don't care how much equipment you got, I don't care whatever it is, it's not going to run. Now let's go to the last step. If you can cut off the equipment with the oil, and the same goddamn companies own the agriculture, the food. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. Earl Butts, Purdue University. Don't forget it. Oh. Don't forget it.
Key.
Uh-huh. You start checking who are the people now
At the top.
that hold the top in the so-called cabinet, the Ford cabinet, and you will find between 90 to 95 out of the 126 are either from Purdue or Indiana University or University of Chicago. If they haven't got one degree from one place, they got it from the other. They got the bachelor's here, the master's is there. The reason I know is that's the way they were training me. I got the bachelor's from Indiana.
Okay, before we get too far afield, you mentioned something about the CIA UFO report.
Oh, yes.
What have they dug out, and what have you gotten out of it?
Okay.
What are they really onto?
Okay. The whole Air Force Project Blue Book
There's a cover.
was never done by the Air Force. That's number one.
Oh,
No Air Force personnel per se made any decisions whatsoever.
oh, made decisions, all right. They had the front men, Quentin Allen and all the others, right? Front office.
Right. They carried the uniforms, the identification, the this and that. All the people who made the real decisions of what to do, what not to do, and everything else is now what we know today, NSA.
NSA?
NSA personnel. The decision.
Not even CIA. No, it was
There were
NSA.
CIA in it calling shots.
But NSA is not that
But
lot.
NSA was making the decisions because they had already set up all their grids on microwaves all over the whole world. The microwave grids were all set up all over the world already, beginning in 1950. 52, 53, and 54.
Item, do you know who supplies most of the microwave antenna hardware to an NSA today?
Had to be IPT.
SA, where I work. They build like crazy. Their biggest customer is National Security Agency. I was almost on Fort Meade because when it malfunctioned of one antenna. I was cleared to go in, but then we got all screwed up on our timing and problems with Wallops and NOAA and never did get up to Meade. But that's their biggest customer is NSA.
Crazy, because we used to push it out here on Kellogg's Switchboard and Supply and
That's
Federal Telephone.
Well, I'm sure they're more than one supplier, but that's the biggest customer, I say, yes. NSA. They buy hardware and antennas like crazy. Set them up in one location, tear them down, put them someplace else. If they don't work, call in SA people to get them fixed, or send the hardware back to SA to get it fixed.
Now, when you say SA, who are you?
Scientific Atlanta Incorporated, Atlanta, Georgia.
Is that independent or sub of?
It's independent as far as I know, but they installed a new president after, about the time I started there, or maybe a little after. George Topol was a New York Jew. And I've not met the man, I've seen him personally at the Atlanta Symphony. Appears to be one of the better types, and he seems to be getting a lot of business for SA. But I'm also reading between the lines and saying, is this the beginning of getting SA under somebody's control? They are totally independent. What their real funding is, I do not know at the present time, but they've had a strange history as a corporation. During their existence, they've never retrenched, they never had to cut back. In the last 5 years, it's been a steady rate of growth of a minimum of 25% sales increase per year in the past 5 years. The worst of the recession, they were growing like crazy. They've never laid off, other than minor people, and they've been hiring steadily. And last year's fiscal year's growth, ending June 30th, 1976, there was a 27% increase in net sales, and now in the 45, 46 million a year sales bracket. They're no longer a small company. Founded by a couple of profs from Georgia Tech, who most of them are still there, and they're damn sharp people. So most of the people work for them. That's just a little sidelight item. But NSA is the one to make the decisions. Okay. So what happened with all those grids?
Okay. The grids were showing as they were checking them out. In addition to direct confrontation with unimpeachable persons like jet fighters and all this stuff which we know about.
Right.
But the way it was debunked, the method of debunking, let me tell you what they said the reason for it was. I'm giving you the stated reason. They debunked it. And one of the men who made the major decision was then the man who held the position that Kissinger does today, Richard Nixon.
Yes, he was in on that early decision.
Remember, he was vice president all of that time for 8 goddamn years.
And after his vice presidency ended,
He
he
was
was
also
still head of NSA.
Yes. Now you're getting to understand. Okay. They made a decision that to admit in any way that there were such things as flying saucers, okay? In any way. That it might give goosebumples to our radar technicians, okay? Who would not be on the alert for missiles that Russia might fire over. And so, to keep the radar technicians, if we were then setting up our early views system,
EMUs and everything, right?
so as to keep those guys on guard, to really be on the alert whenever they saw any blip, it might be a missile, that's the reason they said they did it. Okay? Now,
That's a reason, but I don't know why that's the final reason.
all right, now, what they did do, really, was to increase, not decrease, the surveillance. But this was only done by certain radar stations and certain radar operators.
Yeah, key operators, specially
Right.
trained.
Key operators, specially trained. They let the guy in, he stayed on duty for 1 year, then they pulled him off and shoved him somewhere else
Right.
into nothing.
In the usual manner of rotating personnel.
So that no one could piece all together what the hell was what. Okay. The sightings doubled beginning in 1968.
Mhm.
They average a minimum 100 sightings a day every 24 hours since 1968. 100 sightings
Just in the U.S. or worldwide?
worldwide. 100 definite,
Confirmed.
confirmed sightings. Next part was that 15% of the American population actually saw a saucer by 1968.
Okay.
2 million, not 700 like they were saying, that 700 out of the 23,000 were messed up in the Blue Book report. Wrong. 2 million sightings out of these 15 million, okay?
Mm.
They can't explain. They know they're for real. 2 million sightings. Now, important things. The bulk of the sightings follow definite routes.
Mhm.
They've got them already with the air corridors already outlined. They use a 4-color system by which they keep track of sightings. Where it's simply the disc-shaped saucer, that's 1 color. Where it's the disc shape plus the cigar shape, that's a different color. But then they have another band, and here's what you find out. If you take the Earth, and a picture of the Earth,
Mhm.
even though they show their lines, yellow, orange, red, where all the lines are, but when you take where the bulk of the sightings are, it is 4.5 miles north of the equator, 4.5 miles south of the equator. They're running around. That's when they're most visible. They don't run around the equator, but that's where the sightings, for some reason, are the highest. It's like a complete red belt running all the way around the equator. Because that's when they are the most sightable, where they can't disappear. Now, they've absolutely established the size, 40 foot. They know this.
Is the average typically? That's the saucer type. Okay.
The cigar shapes are of such sizes that they don't even want to talk about it, even in their own report.
It says 1 to 2 miles plus. Right, I know. Did they ever talk about the, now these are not UFOs as such, did they ever mention in any part of that report the alien satellites in orbit?
Wait, I'm trying to remember. Remember, Hynek won't let me see that. He won't let me see all of it.
He won't.
He only lets me see what he's seen, and then he lets me see parts of it.
What's he hiding?
Well, remember, he was part of the original research group, and he's got that stamp.
Yeah, but at the same time, he was the patsy for years.
Yeah, I know, but
They wouldn't let him know what was going on
Well,
for years.
I can't
Yeah, no.
venture into
You
his
can't-
motives. but
Right, right. And you can't push either.
No. And he is convinced that he and I are on 2 different ends of the pole. I'm convinced McDonald was killed. He was murdered. Hynek keeps talking to me. He doesn't believe McDonald was killed.
Now, what's the difference between,
You know which one I'm talking about. The 38 found in his hand in the middle of the desert, right after he broke through and showed that Project Blue Book had 2 more chapters that were never written.
you're talking about Dr. McDonald at U of A in Tucson.
Yeah.
He was stated to be
60s.
a suicide.
Yeah.
And he attempted to commit suicide the first time and did nothing more than blind himself. And the second time he was successful, but he was found 2.5 miles from his home the second time, and nobody could explain how he got there.
That's the man. And Hynek and I have gone around and around on this thing a couple of times.
Hynek's got a few blind spots.
Well, we all do.
Yeah.
But what he is more than convinced about, and I mean more than convinced, is that as early as the 50s, he won't show me a piece of paper, but he shows me with his charts, and he says that as early as the late 50s, as early as the late 50s, we in America, even without having captured one to try to duplicate it, picked up and knew enough about the science of it that we built a saucer that was able to fly. Now how high, how far, what tricks it could do is a whole different ballpark. But we did make a saucer that flew.
Mm-hmm.
Now that much he's come out and told me. This was in the 50s.
No. They had the German models to work from. The British developed them in '47. Allegedly, that's what Ken Arnold really saw over Mount Rainier, Washington, because it was straight north to the de Havilland plant in the interior of Canada where they came from. And then eventually we got them. Whether they were using at that point strictly conventional power plants or something else, I don't know.
Whatever they were using for power came from the same place in Sweden where they developed the heavy water back in 1931. Skjorkbord, or whatever, Skoroyjord. That's where they had the first heavy water operation in Sweden in 31.
Now, is this the domestic type using this type fuel, or are they also referring to the whatever they are type UFO?
That's what he says we built in the late 50s.
All right.
But what's happened since the 50s, he won't discuss with me.
Okay.
He's answered me just to this degree,
All right.
that there are fleets now of saucers.
This is what I was told from a very confidential
There
source.
are fleets of saucers. But rather than being used for destructive weapons, rather than being used for anything, they are going to be used for psychological warfare. To bug out and panic wherever they want to panic.
Including the Russians.
Right.
And this may be one thing the Russians don't have.
But they're going to be used more for Psy-war than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, what about the original saucers?
They are convinced that they're not extraterrestrial.
They are convinced of this.
That they are not extraterrestrial.
They're ultra, or space-time.
Space-time.
That's exactly what Bearden says.
Okay, now, what part of it came out was that too much of the H.G. Wells mentality began to strike our scientists all across the United States and our military people.
Initially.
Right. And the state of the art, the science of mathematics, computer technology, time warp, and all this stuff was very rudimentary at that time. So the most logical explanation, this was prior to the dark hole, the black the holes being coming out, and on my hotline I even put the Swedish scientist's discoveries of antimatter
Yes.
in 1965 was totally suppressed by our NSC.
Dr. How do you spell that first name?
V. Starts with a V.
Oops. Dr. V. Haynes, was it?
That's the worst thing that I'm down his name.
Gee, I can't read my own writing. But that
I'll
word,
send you a copy of my
Okay.
typewritten.
Okay, I couldn't get that word straight myself. What is it, Alius, whatever. Stockholm Royals Institute.
1965.
Right. Antimatter research, yeah, I heard that one. And you also tied back to Hughes, Glomar Explorer, the Bermuda Triangle, and the
Right.
CIA contract. Which is also very interesting.
Okay, now. They were convinced that this was as early as 1961, 62, that the double existence time situation, when you flip like a side of a coin as you walk through that little thing, that this is what saucers are all about. They are not extraterrestrial. That we live in a double image, a mirror world, okay?
Bearden's explanation is if you go back to Everett's multiple worlds theory, which is now mathematically acceptable and accepted by scientists, is that we live in a multiple universe with X number of parallel universes which are theoretically splitting off all the time, and that virtually all things are possible in all universes. The problem is getting from A to B to C to D to whatever He shows mathematically how it can be done. He says that there are conditions on this planet where it apparently happens spontaneously and naturally, and he said the points where it is most apt to occur, and this is where he says the majority of the UFO sightings originate, are in the mountains, over the mountains. He said because of your point discharge effect in the electromagnetic spectrum, that it makes it very easy for them to flip from one universe to the other.
Then watch the next kicker, because I never mentioned this on the hotline.
Okay?
That when the pyramids were built,
Yes.
the thing that all the research doesn't talk about is the meticulous care with which first they were overlaid with marble, then with tin, then with silver, and finally with a half-inch thick gold. If you then use what we know now about frequencies, radiation, the power of the pyramid, what they did is they created a synthetic mountain. And it allowed, whatever you want to call it, God to speak to Moses. It allowed him to appear, the chariots, the saucers. It was to create
Any focal point
the
and
focal
transfer.
point for the transfer.
Okay.
That's what the pyramids really were here to do. And,
Also something else possibly.
all right, but the other part was they don't show pictures of it. You see, diagrams they'll show, but they don't show pictures. If you go to Egypt, they'll show you this big pyramid, okay? Then they'll show you that pyramid.
Yeah.
But they don't show you that every one of them cut like this.
A straight line.
A straight line. Now, when you go down and you check in Mexico, the corners, the 90-degree angles, are perfect. Yet these damn things are sometimes 3 to 5 miles away from each other. Now, you got the same thing in China. And invariably they're built on 5, 7, or 9 pyramids, and they're all in a row. Same thing in South America. Now, if you just grasp the limited knowledge we now have today of the pyramids, stop and think of what it means. If you look upon it and analyze, the only place that really shows the diagrams on how they work, okay? You look into these Aztec and down Guatemala, and they got the design. Little games, but watch. Whenever you look, you see the center, it's like this. It's a circle with a dot and a circle. Then you have the circle with the dot and a circle. Anybody knows that when you do like this, it's the last part that's needed. You got a complete circuit. If you look down at the top of the pyramids before that last piece is laid, you'll always find that however these stones are laid in here, however they're laid in there, that when you look at what's over here on the top of the pyramid, like so, you have these 4 indentations, just like that, and it's cut so that when the top piece comes down on it, if you imagine the capstone, that underneath it would have like 2 weights, like weightlifters' weights, but imagine them being out of bronze or gold. Balls with the rod running through it. You had your complete circuit funneling and channeling that baby up into the air when the capstone was laid. Then when you check into the ancient records of who was there when the capstone was laid, only the high priests. By that time the workers were either annihilated, kicked out, gone away, whatever. The whole side, all the work up to the top of the pyramid was done up to the capstone. But the only people who did that physical labor with the capstone and understood it were the high priests.
And where are all the capstones today?
Yeah, they're all gone.
Right.
But stop and consider what we're talking about. If I have this vortex coming up, okay, and it's controlled this way, and I have 7 or 5 or 9 different shapes of pyramids working on a revolving globe, okay? Now us go into phase.
Mm-hmm.
I can line these babies up with the right mind power. With the right mind power, hook myself into that vortex. Now you can travel and travel in your time.
Okay.
And the saucers come in and out. That's how they invited the gods.
Yeah, but who gave them the knowledge to build these things in the first
Well,
place?
the gods did.
Yeah.
Because if you go back to the basic concept that Kissinger tried to drop off on the American scientific, in the world scientific community in 71, we are an experiment. We're a virus. We've been implanted with certain things inside of us, called the soul or whatever you want to go through the whole bit.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're being cleaned up.
Rather gruesomely in some respects.
Gruesome.
Well, I mean,
But let's consider one point. If you and I had the money and the research and the intelligence, we're going to come up with new cultures. What do you think they're going to do here with this thing you just showed me here on the gene research?
Sure.
First, they're starting with microbes, viruses, but they're afraid of what the viruses might do. So they take the same culture, they put them under different controlled conditions and keep them separated. Well, what the hell, isn't that what our Earth was?
Sure.
We were controlled cultures on different land masses. Grab it and it scares you.
Yeah, there have been those been saying it for years.
Now, one question though, are all these pyramids supposed to have been built with this half-inch layer of gold and silver and tin?
I don't know.
If they have, what's happened to all of that?
Well, in Egypt it was obviously stripped off.
Yeah,
Facing stone was
they always
stripped off.
claim the spacing stone was stripped off, that's true.
Yeah, Moses, in the Bible, Moses even talks about the reflection of the light off the sides of the pyramid, the sunlight reflected.
Well, that was, yeah, well, they had that glaze of limestone. At least that's what the story is.
Well, it doesn't state in so many words what it was, but it said it was reflecting. You could see it clear across the desert, hundreds of miles apparently.
No ET at all.
So it's interesting. Maybe that's why Bearden is being silenced now, because he's come up with the same thing.
That they haven't found any, or they just don't believe at all?
No, they're coming from someplace. Now, there may be a group that is ET, because this phony Betty Hill thing.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that.
Yeah, that's another next question, right?
This thing started to goof up. I hope it wasn't, if it was just a tape or something else as soon as it started.
Okay, question. Do they consider all these UFOs as ultra-terrestrial or interdimensional, or what about the possibility that some of them, such as referring to the Barney and Betty Hill case with the star map and all of that, that there are some that are true extraterrestrials operating on a standard route?
That wasn't in what I saw.
Okay, so you don't know.
Remember, he got 140,000 pages on July the 5th. 140,000 pages, documents, reports, this whole declassification stuff that you got over here. And by the time I saw him, which was August the 8th, he had gotten through just a rough run-through. Maybe, I think, about 10,000, 12,000 pages.
Okay, ways to go.
So this was our first meeting, and he won't let anyone get near him. He doesn't keep the papers in one place.
How did he get them?
Hmm?
How did he get them? How did he
A
force
group,
them?
a group called something like Independent Science Federation, or whatever you want to call them. The right to know. You can't suppress knowledge. Yet they instituted the Freedom of Information suit back in the middle of Watergate, around 72 or 73.
Against the CIA?
Against the CIA. And it just reached the court decision here about June 28th or 29th.
Oh. Against the CIA, they had to release. And they had no alternative then.
So there was no publicity, no papers.
That's right.
Nothing on it. So I got a little small, handwritten note from Dr. Hynek, and he says that give him 30 days or so to review what he has. And he wants to be put in touch with my uncle. I told you about that with the ship and all this.
He knows about that?
Oh, he has been quiet, hasn't he?
Hynek has
Yeah.
been very quiet.
Yeah, he knows. And he's been wanting to meet my uncle for a long time now.
So would I.
And
Doesn't matter.
I also let him know that my uncle has one of the top men who was then a Navy commander who's still got some of the original reports. This
He must look
man,
far into all the rest.
this man is living up in Montana,
Oh,
and
That's your place.
he's been shooting ducks and writing books and things like that ever since 1946.
hmm.
Took early separation and the whole bit just got out. But he has some of the records, the investigations, when first of all the Navy was scared to begin with. What had they gotten into, the laughs, the hee-haws they got and everything else, going to ruin the image of the Navy and all this, He's got all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I told him, I said, this is the biggest thing we have going right now is paranoia at the top. I said, we're all afraid of each other. Some of us can look and read and all this stuff. You still don't know. You can't tell if that charge is going to shift. So I asked him, I said, you covered up a hell of a lot yourself. And so you've been up front fighting and doing this and this. I said, how do I know you're not like Common Cause? So he got a little upset with me. He said, you have to be careful. I said, well, I'm telling you. I said, I won't go out saying it on the radio. I said, but I'm asking you. I said, how do I know you're not like Common Cause? I said, 95% of the American people don't know how Common Cause started, who Gardner was, where his money came from. Rockefeller shoved in $5 million up front to give the people a grassroots organization.
Yeah, right.
I said, Doctor, I know you didn't have money when you started the center here for UFO studies and all this. I said, where'd that money come from? You didn't have much money.
I've got a question on the pyramids. Were all of those supposed to have that layer, the layers, the tin, the silver, the gold?
And the other part of it is that up in the Transylvania Mountains,
The who, Rich?
Transylvania Mountains, again, the history books play their games. Nobody understands who Attila the Hun really was. Attila the Hun was buried into a pyramid-shaped coffin. It was loaded with the jewels. It also had the same sequence of marble, tin, silver, and gold, with the last one a half-inch thick. I don't know what his coffin has to do with the pyramids as such, but there is a key there. There's an interlock. No one has ever found Attila's tomb. Why was Attila buried almost the same way like the pharaohs of Egypt were if he was such a savage?
Yeah. Attila. This is not Genghis Khan. This is
Attila the Hun. The one that Pope Clement the Ninth turned away from Rome.
No.
And that's subsequently all been stripped from these pyramids, obviously.
It's all been stripped. Now the question has to come up, and that question will feed other questions.
Yeah. Who stripped it?
Who stripped it when
Yes.
you consider that throughout the ravages of all kinds of wars, by whatever the size of the countries, by whatever the mental level of the hordes that went through, they invariably did not destroy things of beauty.
No, it's true.
The temples stood. The huge marble artworks and this and that stood. The exceptions being those things that got hit by fire. But if you look into your books of artifacts and whatnot, the places that were really ravaged were cities, because it was the cities that they ran through, raped the women, knocked down the buildings, set them on fire, whatever. I don't care with what. The pyramids, where were they built? Always out into nowhere land, huh? If you try to burn them down, you couldn't burn them down. I mean, they were practically totally non-destructive, right? Next, if you consider only 2% of the population at that time could read or write,
If that.
if that much. And that 98% or more of the people were absolutely illiterate, didn't know what the hell they saw when they saw it. If you couldn't eat it or fuck it, I mean, what good was it? That was the mentality of most human beings, right?
Yeah.
And they were under absolute control of fear of their superiors, the concept of freedom and all this of the men. Everybody's walking around in shabby clothes. Which one of those 98 out of every 100 people would dare to try to steal gold and sell it somewhere, huh? To whom? To whom? Who would you sell it to? It would be like you and I right now. If you and I got our hands on one of these billets of gold from Fort Knox, even today in the civilized society, we can read and everything, who could we sell this to? No. Among the super rich and the wealthy,
And they'd want to know how you got it.
they would have no reasons to strip the pyramids. They owned it anyhow. When their country overran another country, what was theirs anyhow, right?
Right.
And they had their immediate military police set up. So who the hell stripped the pyramids?
How?
And after you ask the who, then the how.
Right.
The weight of that gold alone.
That's right. And
The
the
number
capstone.
of pyramids.
And the
Wow.
capstone. Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Okay, well, they got a long ways to go in the UFO studies, but basically, and they do subscribe to the interdimensional type thing, at least they're not extraterrestrial en masse.
From the first 10, 12,000 pages. Now, what years these cover?
Yeah.
Apparently, the thing is not set up with 140,000 pages.
Chronological.
Year one, it's by subject, by classification. So, what are they is about what he's gotten through. What are they in their frequency? And those were the important points I came up with. But the thing that shocked me is that goddamn proof of the antimatter in 1965. I mean, if you got any scientific background at all, you understand what antimatter means. You're all the way over the transmutation hump. That was in 65.
The alchemists got over it. The alchemists got over the transmutation.
Yes. They did, and they
Hitler
seem
was trying to, or did.
Bearden, by the way, has a potential answer as to what transmutation is and how it works.
Well, part of that answer, I told you, my uncle's been playing with, and I knew some of the people up in the scientific levels who were going along that very same little thing. It's that free electron floating on the outside of any matter. You call it the fractional whatever, okay? You got a free electron that flies around on the outside, but it's when that electron is shared that makes matter become a molecule and becomes a thing. The minute you find what the secret is to cause that electron not to be equally shared by those two whatever they are, you're into a whole different ballpark. You change the building blocks. It's the shared electron that's the secret to everything, which nobody has paid attention to.
That's right.
That would require changing its frequency.
And that's what was stated in this conference in '71 in Europe.
Nobody's paid attention to that little electron, the connecting electron, and it's the whole secret to everything.
That's right.
Change its vibration and you change its nature.
Right.
That's exactly correct. And all you have to do is change the shared time rate on the outer electron or electrons shared between the shells of the outer shell of a particular material. Like if you want to change lead to gold, it is only, I think, one step atomically. And
Mercury
Peter
is
described a
nearby.
very interesting process what he done. And it's very interesting that he described it that way because it seems to make sense. And he even described what the Philosopher's Stone was in his view. Some data he ran into. He put a few things together and he says, I'm quite sure I know now what it is.
Oh, wait, one more thing in the UFO bit.
Okay.
Now I'm getting tired of it. It's kind of Peru.
Mm-hmm.
The hidden caves in Peru.
Yes, you mentioned that before, and I think you said Tony was in.
When Pizarro and all those people supposedly came hunting for gold,
Yeah.
they weren't coming for hunting for gold. They knew what they were coming for.
UFOs or caves or what?
They were coming for the secret for eternal life.
No.
It's not just
Count the
they
same.
knew what they were doing, and it wasn't just a wild chase.
They knew it was not a wild chase. The fountain was a vortex. They knew all about it.
Vortex or what?
It was a vortex, not a fountain of water. It was a vortex, and it was in the holy place, in the caves, in the hills.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the same caves that are as bright as daylight at all times, although no sunlight can reach. Especially impregnated walls.
Yes, I've heard about those.
But inside those caves, as ignorant as the natives are, even to this day, they will kill anybody to the death to try to get inside those caves. Now, the only people who have gotten anywhere near inside those caves have been some of the Jesuits.
Did they allow the Jesuits in?
They allowed some in.
Oh, why?
I don't know. But the Jesuits have gotten in. And some of the caves are just piled high with every conceivable kind of golden shape of everything you could ever think of. Just loads and loads of gold. Now, in electronics, gold has very special features. In radionics, it even has more special features, especially if you start playing with its atomic number, its conductivity, its resonance, when you get into sound, which you can do with gold. When you get into the electrical or electronic or whatever end, gold has a fantastic amount of variations, variables. It's like grease, okay? You can almost substitute for everything. And this knowledge was partially still known way back whenever after the catastrophe.
You read Tomas's book, We Are Not the First? Yeah, he alludes to that very strongly in there. That there is apparently some elite group who maintained the knowledge at least down through Greek and Roman times and probably since, but it was very strong that they had a knowledge then and a scientific knowledge, particularly the old Greeks. The building of aircraft, the building of all kinds of modern artifacts and times when our science says they didn't know the first goddamn thing about it. How could they possibly as a myth?
It's a better explanation of the mania for gold that's existed.
Yeah. Okay.
And remember, the important thing I try to cover subtly with you is if I ever find 30 people willing to hold their hands together, I said one wrist with copper and one wrist with gold.
On each person?
You see, all those savages that ran around weren't running around with copper bracelets. That's right. But most of the people didn't understand it. They thought they just had another copper bracelet. Now with that bracelet, and they had something that was very near to what we call glass, with a double wound wire around it, like a snake, a double snake serpent head. They could
Wound around as
yeah.
Coil.
And they could give pleasure or pain or cause things to disappear if they pointed at inanimate objects, but the tail end of that had to touch their gold bracelet. That's why they always carried that rod
oh, the rod was separate from the bracelet.
separate.
Yeah.
But when it was in contact with the bracelet, when they concentrated and they were in a purified state, depending on which way they pointed that rod, either wherever they touched or pointed at, pleasure or pain. That's why the savages used to be able to run through all the jungles and the woods without weapons. No animals would attack them. They didn't care if a horde of another tribe came at them. The sacred ones could walk through the woods and they couldn't be hurt.
Okay. That ties together a little bit with some other things. The pleasure-pain thing, and also one other aspect. The gold bracelet around the wrist might have a connection or it might not. As I recall from all of the pictures I've seen of antiquity and history, ancient history, all of the houses of royalty in Egypt and back prior to Egypt, the most important personages in a given society or civilization all wore amulets of some type around their neck. Do you have any idea why? I'm going to tell you why. I think I've found out. You probably recognize that in the history of civilization, that is what we know of it. There was never an uprising of any slave group in history prior to Spartacus. Slaves never even gave a thought to rebellion. They were content with their lot. Why? They were human beings just the same as we were, with the same mental capacities and endowed physically at least. Royalty, or the ruling class, was virtually hereditary. They had freedom of action, thought, and so forth. The slaves did all the work, and they never questioned their lot. Not until Spartacus. And of course, Spartacus was well good paid for it, but it set a precedent. Do you have any idea why? Are you at all familiar with the Schuman resonance? You know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a first prime paper published on that in 1960. I had a copy in my files with me in Atlanta, and it seemingly has disappeared. And I don't know whether I by mistake sent my last copy to somebody or whether it was pulled, because I had proof of somebody having been in my apartment. Certain things have disappeared, and they're all critical items. And I found a cigarette in the corner of my bedroom, and I don't smoke, and I haven't been anybody in there smoking in months. And there it was. And I had the locks changed since. There's been no problem. I'm sure somebody was in there on one of my trips out. That has disappeared. The UFO report by Marjorie Fish and the July 75 issue of Saga's Gone, as well as a bunch of star maps I had directly reproduced because they were
A little late for a wedding.
Yes, because they were reproduced in a much clearer copy than the magazine articles. No, go blow it out.
It's probably the group that was parked right out there.
Yeah.
Somebody I married this afternoon near the
Okay.
time. Probably.
Anyway, the Schumann resonance was postulated about 1954 and was discovered in 60 and has been quite well proven since. It is basically the fundamental resonance of the Earth and its first ionized layer, the heaviside layer. It is the resonance that occurs between the surface of the Earth and the heaviside layer, a huge capacitor, an inductor system. And it has a tendency to resonate at 8 hertz. This is in Butterich's book, Beyond Telepathy. He found this out. They found the measurements that all of the yogis in Samadhi drop their opera rates right straight on 8 hertz.
8.
Right. All of the measurements that have been made don't agree on the frequency. Some say 8 hertz, some say 10 hertz, some say 7 hertz. Apparently it's a variable. It's not constant. And it's not even constant and being picked up all the time. It's been considered a natural phenomenon. Everyone has looked at it, but of a astable and sporadic triggered phenomena type thing. There's now some questions as to whether it is triggered and whether it's artificial. You probably are not aware of some research that started with, let's see, what corporation is it? In Los Angeles, Northrop Space Technology Laboratories, about 1965. Apparently the backdrop to this is, and in the process of researching some of the UFO phenomena, they found kids who could pick up and hear a UFO coming long before it was seen. They found in tests at Yale that a younger child...
In the Mojave Desert area, that's where they had them.
Well, they found a test at Yale that anyone who was sub-teen could decode radar radio signals in their head directly, and they proved it conclusively. A test at Yale. Consequently, the brain was capable of picking up some type of electromagnetic radiation and directly decoding it. This was discovered. This led to some other things. Then somebody started to look at the Schuman resonance, and then some other things occurred, and my friend on the West Coast, by the name of Bob Beck, who I mentioned before, got into a very funny situation. About 3 years ago, when I was there when it happened, he said, I can't understand what's going on around here. I'm picking up the damnedest noise modulation on this portable receiver I have, and it seems to be focalized, of all places, on the ground lines, the shielding grounds for the power inlet to his house, right at the meter. You could trace it on at a strong interference right on the ground conduits, all the way down to the ground level. I watched this and checked it myself. And it tended to be low frequency, in a low frequency band. At the low AM broadcast. He didn't know what it was all about. He found out later. He got interested in the Schuman resonance. He started digging some papers up, and he started running into references in various places, and started calling some of his friends. He first, and going to libraries and trying to find some of these references, he found out they weren't available. They went out on the shelves, and he went to the librarian and said, look, this, and this. I got looking for. Where are they? And the librarian said, we don't have them. No, I need them. He said, I'm sorry, we don't have them. He says, if you ever need to know, you might try contacting DOD. He got a little upset at that point, I guess. He has a lot of friends on the West Coast. A lot of scientific people he worked with at Norfolk and elsewhere, and finally he went to them and asked some pointed questions about this thing he had reference to and so on. He said, oh yeah, so-and-so did that and so on. He said he played it very coy, and eventually some of these people started coughing up, volunteering, filed copies of their research papers and other people's research papers, which were pre-pub copies. He finally put the whole story together. He says, now most of these papers are classified, some are top secret, and you can't get your hands on them, no how. He showed them to me, and I read them. In 1965, the Space Technology Laboratories at Norfolk started the investigations using animals, cats, dogs, and chimps, of what was going on with the brain waves and what would influence the brain directly. They started with electrostatic techniques, electrostatic plates, charge, and so forth. That absolutely no results. I'm compressing a lot of stuff. Then they started using electromagnetic waves, transmitters and so forth, and they're getting some results. And they were scanning frequencies from, first they started out with 149 megahertz RF carrier for some unknown reason. And they started modulating at various frequencies to see what effects they got. And they got some little results and correlations. And finally, to get a little closer, then NASA gets into it. Dr. Rady at UCLA Brain Research Lab, I've got one of his papers here, starts to get into it, and they start digging further. And then it goes to Ames, I believe, and then it goes to some other companies, and NASA was the heaviest in it. And then it goes to Maimonides Brain Research Center in New York, which is Rockefeller. And a number of papers he showed me, the names didn't mean a thing. 80 at UCLA did, and certain others. There was also independent research being done in Europe by Dr. Koenig, primarily in Germany. He published a paper in 1961, another one in 66, and the prime one, which is the most important, was published in 71, which you can't get a copy of anywhere that I read. And to wit, what it says is they found out, and 80 was the one who proved it, in the late 60s, that the human brain will pick up and is sensitive to magnetic energies at levels so low they couldn't believe it. They proved conclusively that the brain is susceptible to and will respond to magnetic energies at levels as low as 10 gamma, that is 100 microgauss. The Earth's magnetic field is 500,000 microgauss.
Right.
And they are not certain, but they are reasonably sure that you can induce effects at levels as low as 1 gamma, 10 microgauss. And they're not sure they found the end. That's the maximum sensitivity. They don't understand what exactly is going on, but they have found that the brain decodes magnetic, emphasize magnetic energies directly. And they suspect very strongly that it is a superconductive phenomenon involved in the brain, and the best current guess, and the data they have it is Ca45. Calcium 45 ion is probably superconductive. They're not positive of that, but that was what was in one of the papers. I want Bob told me directly. And, well, they started running tests on the animals, and they kept getting lower and lower in frequencies, and then they found out that there is a very critical low-frequency band. They stepped it on down, it kept on going down, and started straddling everything from 1 hertz to 100 hertz. They finally got results, and they began to suspect a very low-frequency phenomena. Then they really hit it, particularly Koenig in Germany found it. And the work was duplicated in Holland, 100%, to see if he was right. At that super-secret research tower in Holland that nobody knows anything about, but I drove past, and you can't pinpoint anywhere as to what it is. They duplicated the work 100%, and their papers were also in Bob's files. They proved that the brain is susceptible directly to the low-frequency radiations, that the brain is phase-locked to the Schuman resonance or anything that will pass for the Schuman resonance, that it is the prime clock. And, what is more important, as Koenig stated in his paper, they directly amplified and modulated the Schuman resonance, he doesn't explain how, for conducting the tests on humans and otherwise. They started using humans after a certain point to prove the results, and they finally got it on one woman, one Negro woman. They hit dead on center on the right frequency. They found out what happens if you hit a certain critical narrow band, low frequency. The brain is susceptible to a wide band, but there's one critical narrow frequency. The neural response of humans or any vertebrate which they tested, which means basically the higher vertebrate forms, cats, dogs, and chimps, as the neural response time slowed down from 30 to 50 milliseconds, and apparently will cause extreme disturbance and disorientation in humans, at least. It's thoroughly proven it works on everyone without fail and without exception.
And the instrument that's used to get that?
It can be anything which will induce a magnetic field of the proper intensity in the vicinity of the individual. Now, it can be done from long range with a high power, or it can be done close up with low
All right,
power.
this is what I discussed with you, that this man who broke away and tried to blow up the Potomac Power Company was telling me about it.
He probably knew about the research.
He said that they locked in on the 4 brain waves. Once they got those 4 brain waves on you, that the 4 brain waves of every human being is as unique as a fingerprint. And that they can tune in on you.
Okay, but this is not exactly the same thing. It's probably related. What they're doing with this is they found, now how much additional research may have been done that's not been uncovered. Bob, I don't know, but he found there's a number of stories involved in this thing. And frankly, I got his permission to tell you, because he knows who you are, because I've told quite a bit about you to him, and he's heard some of your tapes. He found that in the process of researching this, he was getting sicker and sicker. And it started last July, a year ago, after he delivered a lecture on psionics and what the Russians were doing, along with 3 other people in Los Angeles at some conference. All four of them started to get sick shortly thereafter, sometime between August and September, and he started to come down with syndromes he couldn't explain. He went to doctors, he went to clinics, he couldn't find a damn thing wrong with him. He was getting terrible shooting pains in his legs and back, and primarily the hamstring bones, legs, muscles, and across the back. And other things started to hit him, and on and on and on it went. And finally, he was tuning in on the Schuman resonance. He built the equipment to directly pick up the Schuman resonance anywhere it's portable, and found out it was modulated. He proved it. Chart recordings. He has witnesses to this. And he is of the opinion that the Schuman resonance is not natural. He says, I can't prove this at this point. He says, I am of the opinion the Schuman resonance is not natural, and somebody he doesn't know who knows how to modulate the damn thing. And he said, what is most important is what they're modulating it with. Now, they can do either one of two things. They can modulate the Schuman resonance with another carrier, such that you get a beat frequency in the critical range, which will affect you. And the Schuman resonance phenomenon is covering most of the Earth. But of course, the modulating equipment not necessarily cover the whole Earth. Or they can build localized hardware to pick up on something and generate it locally in your backyard. And that's exactly what he did. He did, as things got worse and worse for him, he got his hardware together and started tracing things out and found out something very interesting. He had several amperes of current flowing in his gas lines in the ground circuit. Amperes of electrical current, and it was at a very strange frequency, 6.25 hertz. That is the critical frequency. He started talking and telling people about it on the phone and getting witnesses. Next thing he knows, the gas company, quotes and unquote, shows up outside in the front of the street and starts digging the whole street up furiously all over the place. And he also remembered the fact that when he first started having trouble with that noise on his portable radio on his system was when the gas company came in and changed the gas meter on him. Apparently they dug up in his backyard too. I'm not critically clear of that, and there's also in the backyard directly. So whatever it was they had buried there, they removed, because after that, that several amperes current flow at the wrong frequency disappeared. And he started to get some good radio. But he went a little further. He's discussed this apparently with a few people, and hasn't gotten very many answers, but Koenig came up with the best one, and there are other backup papers to show that he said he is convinced other people know about this, particularly those doing the research, but he does not know who. Now, the next point is this. If somebody has built hardware which will cover a wide area by re-entraining the mind of the human brain to this low frequency, which is very disorienting because he's tried it on people at that specific frequency with a portable device he's designed and built. You hit them with 6.25 hertz, or anywhere right close to it at 6.2 to 6.3 is the most critical area. You hit them directly with that frequency by holding this little portable box over their head or one of the chakras. You just spun out. Totally disoriented. On the other hand, if you do it at a higher frequency, such as 8 hertz or 10 hertz, you will give the person relief. You will be able to resynchronize their brain loads and do other beneficial effects, which is also proven. Now he has the portable hardware. He showed that to me. He showed me the original papers. And here is the other interesting thing. All of these original papers, which he has, which I read a good number.
See what I circled on this page? Right where I stuck this in?
Spires, Radionics file.
That's what I circled on this page.
Sure, exactly correct. That's the reason. The Schuman resonance, or whatever happens to it, changes. And furthermore, it's not constant from day to night, because the heaviside layer rises at night and your cavity resonance drops. That's another reason why at night people want to sleep. It's an entrainment. Apparently some basic synchronization modes in the human brain are tied to the Schuman resonance.
The conclusion
Or
we came to
anything
here,
else that can be used like it.
the conclusion we came to here in this epilogue is the once modern man and his physicists understand that they achieve transmutation of elements with a huge cyclotron, such as the one I mentioned in Indiana University, if they will only take that knowledge and understand that human beings are constantly transmuted by the bombardment from the stars,
Mm-hmm.
then mankind makes its first step forward.
First real step, yeah.
Right. There's another section right under the thing you're talking about. It was on this thing of sanity induced.
Oh, yeah. You can induce insanity and all kinds of other problems this way. So all you have to do, you should find your reference first.
Here we go. Recent investigation by Kruger, Smith, and Kornbluth and his collaborators have shown in their papers that the human body, most especially the mind, the brain, can distinguish negative ions and positive ions to an unlimited degree.
And it's physiologically
And that the body and its outer peripheries of the skin can likewise distinguish positive from negative ions. The former have a generally depressing effect and the latter a stimulating one.
Yeah, negative or stimulating, right?
Okay. Then the other section. Of the material put out by Dr. William Peters, University of Chicago in 1940, which simply could not be pushed down the medical society's throats, no matter what he shoved in front of them, was that he had 37 years of statistical data showing that the most frequent, noted that the deaths caused by tuberculosis were most frequent 7 days before the full moon.
Yeah, various little things that affect the human mind.
And his analysis over these 37 years showed a direct correlation of the magnetism, both positive and ion charges on the outer peripheries of the skin of the patients, varied with the pH content of the blood. And by measuring the ratio of the acidity to the alkali, you could determine who would die and who would not.
Yeah, the pH of the blood must
Right.
be...
I understand it's in 1940, and he had it all worked out over 37 years, and they wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, a lot of deliberately induced blindness. Okay, now the interesting aspects of this thing: to induce a frequency in the range actually up to 7 hertz is very destructive. To induce a frequency like this, all you need to do is produce a beat between two other carriers. Now, one of the most common carriers around everywhere in civilization, in this country at least, is your 60 hertz power line,
Right.
which will radiate a nice magnetic field on all the power wiring in every house. Now, that won't of itself directly cause a problem. But suppose that you have another carrier operating of some type, a transmitter, which will transmit a frequency of, let's say, 66.3 hertz. The two will beat together and produce 6.3.
Right.
And if the level is high enough at 6.3 in the vicinity of the person, they will be affected. The degree of the effect, I don't know if they've correlated yet. It's obvious that if it's strong enough, it causes total disorientation. But a lighter level of it apparently will cause some kind of depression, and the general characteristics of depression are a slowdown of the neural responses and the neural ability to think, which is exactly what they measured.
Right.
Remember Project Sanguine?
Yeah.
1973, there was a world conference held at Aspen, Colorado. And all the neurophysicists and everyone, and psychologists and scientists dealing with the general topic of biological effects on man of extra low frequency radiation. In this conference, all the people showed up, of which Bob has all the original papers. They all did a 180 and denied all of their research, and whitewashed everything. But certain things came out that were very interesting. They discussed the possibility of effect on humans of Project Sanguine, the Navy's big transmitter at Wisconsin. What most people don't know, and what was discussed at that conference, was the fact that Project Sanguine, as installed at Wisconsin, was only the test transmitter and not the final one. The test transmitter was running at 5 to 10 megawatts at frequencies under 100 hertz. They were discussing in Aspen in 73, where are we going to put the main transmitter? We must have a very dry subsoil in order to produce a proper ground plane for this antenna and so forth, and how much power was going to be produced, and what kind of antenna size and structure, and how much territory would be required. And we don't know really where we're going to put it. They named every state except the one where it is. The final transmitter is running at between 20 and 30 megawatts continuous CW power. Frequency is only noted as being under 100 hertz. And it's very strange to need that much power, because the Navy, in its initial test years ago, found they could communicate with submarines underwater with power inputs as low as 500 watts at those low frequencies. Now, they wanted worldwide coverage. That's one reason they wanted the huge power. At least that's their excuse. The antenna, obviously, is a folded system. To be anywhere near a quarter wavelength has to be about 1,500 miles long. And it is. Between 300 and 1,500 miles long, folded on 1 square mile of property. And they don't tell you what the precise frequency is, but it is in Connecticut. And the Russians have their counterpart of exactly the same thing in eastern Siberia. You get worldwide coverage from 2 points, or damn near. Now there is another interesting aspect that enters into this I didn't know about, and Bob didn't know about, and another friend put me on to, which makes it even more curious. Have you ever heard of the Luxembourg effect?
Yes.
You are familiar with that?
I have heard of it, yes.
You know what it is? The intermodulation between low-frequency carriers. That was discovered in Europe in the 1930s. It's published in the British Admiralty Handbook on Radio Communication in 1938. I saw a chapter, title, and verse. It is republished with much more detail in an Australian publication in 1941, in which they outlined the potential side effects of the Luxembourg effect and what it could be used for. One of the things that was noted in their tests, the approximate crossover point frequency-wise where this effect becomes very prominent is about anything below 2,500 meters, which is about 130 kilohertz. Apparently there are effects at higher frequencies, because the Luxembourg transmitter was 160 kilohertz and the Paris transmitter was 185, and that's where they originally discovered it in the 30s. What happens is that the skywave of the low-frequency transmitters at night was direct from the Luxembourg transmitter, is directly modulating the ionosphere. Further tests were done, and they found that with a power input as low as 100 watts, if it's the antenna energy is aimed at the sky, you can directly modulate the ionosphere, and then the ionosphere will remodulate any transmitter with a higher frequency carrier than the original one. And they finally worked out formulas to show the range, how much power is required to cover the various ranges and so forth. And then they were talking about, but never did build, a high-powered version for the purpose of, guess what? Producing artificial aurora borealis to light up the cities during the war at night. They had a power shutdown or everything blacked out. And most interesting is the energy is aimed directly at the sky with a cross-polarized antenna to produce circular polarization. You only need 50 watts input. And what the hell do you think 30 megawatts is going to do? If they ever put it at the right frequency.
It's going to do something.
Yes, it is. And that sanguine, or any other type of transmitter of that type, will remodulate any carrier at a higher frequency, which means any AM transmitter within range. And if sanguine is at the correct critical frequency, it will remodulate every AM transmitter with a subcarrier, which will then beat with any power line frequency you've got.
Okay. Now, you know your solar eruptions come in your 11 to 13, or 11 to 13
Yeah.
year. We're going to hit it here in around April of 77, the big one.
Oh,
Yeah. Now, I've checked that out already.
so let's see.
April of 77.
Yeah.
Okay, now, back in 1934, Dr. Hugo Martini compared the frequency of coal mining incidents in the Ruhr with the solar activity in Charter.
Yeah.
His data was based on 306 working days, which accounted for 5,580 accidents. Make long story short, he found that in the mines, there are more accidents on days following the solar eruptions than on any other time, to the degree of 10 times the normal of the average. Okay? Next. His research was followed up by Dr. Reiter, who compiled traffic accidents in Bavaria. By mapping the date and hour, 130,000 accidents, he found 10% increase in their occurrence on the day following the solar eruptions. All right, there's the next one. Then Dr. Dillis also produced a study, and this is the frequency of suicides and acute mental disorders over a 4-year period. By comparing this frequency curve with the chronology of 67 magnetic storms recorded during the same interval, the authors determined what they thought was a very clear correlation. While the magnetic storms lasted, the number of suicides and mental disturbances increased tenfold. Tenfold.
That's pretty high.
Now let's go further. In New York City, the scientists Howard Friedman and Robert Becker and Charles Bachman picked up these studies from the 1934s, and what they did was the first random sample testing on psychiatric institutions. They selected 8 of them on a random sample basis and did not tell these hospitals or institutions what they were up to.
Mm-hmm.
They were matching it against variations in the daily magnetic index developed in the Magnetic Observatory in Fredericksburg, Virginia. The index reflects hour by hour and minute by minute the magnetic activity of the sun. During the period of the study from July of 57 to October of 61, with these 8 institutions, 28,642 admissions reported in the hospitals were sampled. The statistical analysis clearly shows that the admissions increase in direct proportion to the activity of the magnetic storms and recede in a direct correlation. Again, the results are in keeping with the conceptions of behavior as laid down by Dr. Martini in 1934. That external force fields of the magnetic level
Right.
will cause a constant shift, a direct constant shift in all living human beings,
Mm-hmm.
and the attention is invited to a hitherto neglected dimension of the complexity of psychopathology. Basically, it is this. Suicide changes in the intensity of the geomagnetic field may affect the nervous system because, and here's the key, because it alters the body's own electromagnetic field. That's the reason for it. Now this is back in 1934 through 57. It's fantastic.
More neglected research.
Right.
Well, the interesting thing, I was trying to going back to my original statements of why.
The next part of it was the work done in Russia, which was suppressed by an American scientist named Schultz back in 1954. And what he did is he checked the solar clock out against the lymph glands.
Okay.
And he found that the ratio of up or down in the outer parameters of what we now know as the aura, all right, the magnetic field of the body, moves on a direct correlation to the expansion, contraction, activity, or lack of activity of the lymph nodules.
Interesting.
Now, the reason I jumped into that last part was the lymph glands.
Yeah.
Do you know that's one of the glands that our medical science knows the least about? Yet the lymph glands are the things that do the job. It's the first thing that gonorrhea hits, syphilis hits, it's your lymph glands. Radiation, that's where it's held, in your lymph glands. Yet they still don't know about those little lymph glands.
No, they have very little, that's actually.
You really don't know much about the lymph glands. But
A neglected area.
if you consider the diagram I just drew you, superimpose that on the figure of a man, get your lymph glands.
Okay, now you have heard of uncertain related to the Russians and others the idea of passive transducers, which take one frequency in and convert it to another. And these can be all kinds of devices, but they're passive, and they're basically the molecular material or possibly a crystal structure. Now let's go back to the ancient times and these people wearing amulets.
To help Mike Beach set up 3 posses, and I had 3 groups ready to go. So within a month after Mike Beach was up here, there was no posses forming. Everybody was scared. They wouldn't meet, they wouldn't do this, they wouldn't do nothing. We had one posse meeting, and that was a combination of all 3 posses to lay down basic who were officers, who were going to do what, and what the project was going to be. Then there was never again another meeting because all the Pavarnik stuff exploded over Skag.
Yeah.
But someone's really passing out the real good bad now.
And they sure are. And the famous incident with Schuman and Dave Hoffman there, Dave said the judge came down off his bench and socked Dave in the jaw because he took a picture of him. And I saw that picture, and it was one hell of a picture of a madman.
Yeah.
They won't look at a character like that. And
No, he did do that. He came off the bench and hit me.
That's
I was
assault.
there that
It was
day.
assault and battery. They wanted to file.
No, I was there that day. You see, everything was going good up until July 29th, 75. On that day, everything twisted around and went sideways. On that day, it's like the judge went berserk. He took all the Skaggs materials, ordered him out of the building, found me in contempt, found Sherman in contempt. Instead of a 1 or 2 day contempt, hit us for 30 days. Went berserk, and we ran from Indiana. I've been out of touch with everybody since that time. Then a month later, Sherman comes up with this accusations that I'm CIA and light and this. I said, where'd you get this? I said, who's feeding you this shit? I said, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
He also claims that you didn't get out of Clockwork Orange unscathed.
Jesus Christ. Yeah,
No, this-
I won't play that game with Sherman. I got a few tape recordings which is
That's what Tony said. He didn't mention that Sherman had any proof for his accusations, but he said you had.
for mine. Tony heard the tape.
Right, that's what he said.
And Sherman on the tape is opposite.
You mean he goes slightly berserk? Yeah, I can detect this.
His hotline has definitely changed.
We have very serious one, very heavily. It's all full of politics and garbage now.
So I showed Tony documents between Sherman and his brothers. The Pueblo operation, which judges Sherman attacks and which judges he doesn't. And you're right back to the old battle between Donald Douglas and Northrop.
Which side is that with McDonnell Douglas on?
Well, I'm saying this is what Sherman's view of the battle scene is, depending on where his brothers are at.
Oh, okay. His brothers were at Northrop.
Hunter.
Holocrafters was
Northrop.
Northrop, right.
So he only attacks those judges that in any way have helped McDonnell Douglas or any of their subsidiaries. But the other judges who have helped Northrop were just as rotten, just as vicious. It's a complete void. Then his brother hides that he's the one who helped develop the whole Pueblo secret operation, the whole communications operation, from everybody, and Sherman denied he knew it, until we got him talking one night.
Sherman has a very strange streak. If you can get him started,
He won't stop, and then
Right.
we can get him talking. No, I'm very upset over this bad-mouthing operation because I know which way it leads.
oh sure.
And I've got only 2 ways to go.
The end result is the fracture and split groups that are doing any work.
That's right.
That's the basic groups, number one. Then number two, discredit the individuals who are doing anything.
Right. If Sherman keeps up the bad, and I've tried my best not to badmouth him to anybody except those he's already screwed over. I contacted you and I contacted Chuck Collins. And Chuck Collins thanked me for it because Sherman almost got him fired at Channel 11 by bugging his boss. He was bugging Chuck Collins' boss behind Chuck Collins' back. Now, Chuck Collins is the only man we've got left who can get stuff out on a major television station. And he's getting ready to bust loose with this whole Judge Swigert thing. The next thing is the Stanley Robinson case, which Sherman wouldn't work on for 3 years.
He is now, right? I wish he was outlined. He mentions it once in a while. He's also involved with some other judge thing here locally, which to me, not being here, doesn't really mean anything. It's local politics.
Well, you know, a very nice thing is with Sherman doing all of his talking and everything else, and whether it be Skaggs or anybody else, if you stop and see who got hurt the worst by what Scully did in Indiana, it's me. I got chased out. I can't go home. All my people are there. I can't function. I can't do nothing. Sherman ran into Indiana, made his trouble, and ran back home. He didn't lose anything. I've been looking like a little animal jumping from one motel to the other with no files, no nothing, fighting all these legal cases with no help. Because he stole all the money and took all the money. So if you want to talk about sabotage, this is what Tony finally come up with. You mean you never signed, you never got any of those checks from Citizens Committee? I said, no. I said, Sherman's got the only bank account. So he kept all the money, and the money was still going into him while I was stuck over here with nothing. So if I'm the one who screwed him over, it's rather strange that I got myself screwed over so good.
You sure did, that's for sure. I don't understand this Mike Beach bit unless he's taking somebody else's word for
I
it.
don't know. Because Mike Beach hasn't said one harsh word to me. I was in touch with him up through October 75.
Really not make sense.
What's the story behind Tony?
Yeah, that's another thing. You told me part of that on the phone as to what had happened.
I got Tony's own work. Tony wrote it out in his own work and gave a sermon on it. He told those there the reason why he didn't want it anymore.
You said something to me on the phone about he was helping somebody else out. Who was
And
ready.
it got him.
Yeah, it got him. The other person died and it was that person and descended on him. Was it an ET?
I got it. It's all written out, signed by Tony and everything. I'm the only one who holds a copy of it. Because Tony asked me about this Mr. Light ship in September. And I told him, Tony, I don't have to lie to you. I don't know nothing about any Mr. Light or whoever, whatever. That's when I first told him what I did know about Sherman and why I put up with him for a year and a half. And I showed him the documents and let him listen to the tape.
Because I saw him months before he died twice. And the first time I asked him because Al had told me, he said
Did
maybe
he tell you I
Tony.
took up Leopold?
Yeah.
He mentioned that he, at the first time, that if he could get his hands on it, he thought he'd be okay.
Yeah, I brought it up to him and they took it away the same day. And I almost got ended up in prison for that. It seemed that whatever I tried to do to help anybody, somebody was there telling somebody how to fuck me over.
Because I asked him, and he said the charges on both sides were true at that time. Because that's one of the reasons I went to see him.
He never came out of that hospital alive.
No, the first time I saw him, I was sure he'd make it. He looked great. But that second time. And I got the impression that he
didn't want to stay.
Yeah.
He didn't want to stay.
Yeah,
I mean, in the hospital or
He didn't want to stay here.
No. Was that him saying that, or was it this other thing working out?
No, it was him.
What was his reason, or what was his problem? He just disgusted with everything, or was it
Well,
something you don't want to discuss?
the way he put it was that he couldn't give any more. There was no more left to him to give.
Yeah.
So he had to do something for himself.
Okay.
But basically, this thing is all spelled out. He gave a lecture, a short sermon and lecture. It ran about 24 pages, and I have a copy of it. And he explains in detail what took place the last 3 years of his life. How he tried to help this person, how in the hospital, when they finally cut open this person because they thought it was cancer that he was dying of, there were no internal organs.
None at all.
Dehydrated form.
Oh.
They couldn't function and do anything they were supposed to. But the entity was in effect keeping alive his body, strictly by pulling off the energy off of anybody else that felt any emotions towards this other person, and those people were always sick around this person. That when it was cut open, that Tony was there in the operating room when it happened. And because Tony was the one who was helping this person all along, he thought he could fight it and fight it and fight it, but the damn thing moved in on him. Start eating him up, and it looked like the same thing, like cancer, the way it looks.
Much to be diagnosed in the hospital.
The difference being that when Tony lets you do this, everything was white powder, and this is all white powder.
When he did that?
He didn't think so. The next thing is Tony's feet were absolutely white all the way over here like this. He was white all around this section. They already had bleached him through all the living things. Now, Tony was a dark black man.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it wasn't this color. He was white.
I remember that time in March when he was like, turned dark.
Now, Tony was actually a high Brahmin. That's one thing that Schuman never knew. Tony was a very high Brahmin. And with him, I was trying to pull Schuman out of his ship and take him up a few levels higher because he's got to tell him. But he's too goddamn lazy to go beyond it, and he's wrapped up in his own ego. If he's got a chance to help somebody, or he's got a chance to really destroy some bad people, but there's no chance to build his name, there's no way to get publicity, Schuman won't help and he won't put out the first level degree of assistance. And he could.
He's got the talent, and he's got an organization of sorts going. He certainly could be doing, I think, more than he's doing now. You, the two of you together, or three, and Dave, and whatever, whoever else was there.
No, we were very potent.
Yes, together you were. You sort of were a check on him, and I guess he was sort of a counterbalance on you to an extent, and the two of you worked together, and you got your heads together on something that really turned out some incredible information and did some interesting and worthwhile things. Too much so for somebody, obviously.
See, Schuman was totally ignorant on many, many things, especially the ties between the judiciary and the banks. He didn't understand that at all. I had to totally educate him to that.
Now that goes out on his hotlines.
When I talked to him about the Mafia, Vatican versus Rockefeller, Schuman didn't know about that. I had to educate him on that. So,
It was Rockefeller and the Rothschilds.
I had to explain history to him. He had a warped view of it. He had this whole 1906 Polish communist view of history. And he still comes off with some of it to this day. What turned off Al Mann. Because I was on Al Mann's program 3 times in a row, and Sherman went on 1 time. And after that, I couldn't get back on again. Al didn't invite me back.
See what we can do about that.
Now, one of the scariest things that happened to me with Sherman was that I'd been hanging on to Larry Curley's documents for a long time. Larry Curley, the FBI agent who led the 200 guys and caught Alexandrovich Adams back in the mid-40s. And they all quit the FBI, and the State Department through Nelson Rockefeller ordered them to let go with the atomic bomb secret.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That's one of my secrets that I kept. 1 week after I told Sherman about it and showed him some of the documents, okay, he wanted to meet Larry Curley. And I wouldn't let him meet him, because Larry was then a diabetic and he was having a hell of a time. We met with a reporter, and I didn't want to do it. Sherman showed that reporter some of the documents that he had. I fought him, hook, tooth, and nail. This is not the way to move right now. Mr. Curley's taken enough risk. Curley was dead 1 hour after we showed that report to the reporter. Now that's when I start really getting shaky about Sherman. Curley, who had made it all the way through Senate investigations, internal security, blackmail, blackballing, destroyed his wife, destroyed his family, everything, and still kept his papers together. Because of Sherman wanting to go ahead and give publicity. That's not the way to do it.
No, not with certain things, not like that.
1 hour later, Curley was dead. That's when I started pulling in my horns on Sherman. That's when I really started checking on Sherman to see what the hell's going on. Then I find out that Judge Swigert, the one that I have been fighting for almost 21 years, and Sherman's been fighting for about 9 years, lived only 4 blocks away from Curley. That the Swigert was very close to the druggist where Curley used to get his medicine for his diabetes. The wife got so scared she went to the funeral and ran to Texas and took on a new name.
She's getting scared.
So she checked it out and said Curley's medicine got switched, and the only person that could do it was the druggist, and the druggist didn't know who Curley was. He'd been giving him his medicine for 7 years.
You didn't know who Curley was?
Nope.
Actually didn't?
Curley was going under a different name in Chester, Indiana, running a little food produce shop.
Oh.
I told you the man was whipped and tired, and he figured he gave enough to this country.
No.
I wanted Sherman to go with me to Washington, D.C. and confront the Senate Intelligence Committee with newspaper reporters present. Now that's what I wanted to do.
I remember you mentioning this some time back. Yes.
I said, that's the only way I'm going to drop the documents. Let's get the Senate Intelligence Subcommittee, or its chairman, or whoever, to arrange to meet us, and then have a press sitting and standing there as I drop my papers and ask him why he suppressed it ever since Curley gave his testimony.
Yeah.
Because when I drop it, and I have the lading, I even published that, the bill of lading, the stuff was shipped on. I have the letter showing how Rockefeller interfered with the Canadian authorities in the Prego uranium mine operation. I have the original showing that the Crown of England, at the request and behest of Nelson Rockefeller, dropped the charges against Prego. Okay? I had them through Curley. And Sherman blew that all up.
Sometimes get the impression that Sherman is a well-programmed person that doesn't have the slightest inkling of the fact that he is, or just how it can be triggered.
Well, I'll tell you, the strange thing is that We never made contact with the Skags to help them on anything legal until May the 20th. Prior to that, the Skags, out of the blue, come knocking at my mother's door at her house, introduced themselves after I was on the radio station, saying that they're religious, they're this and that, and they want to help, and if we can help form the posse, they want to join the posse. That was in March. The posse was supposedly formed in all three counties in April when Mike came down. In May, I couldn't do nothing to get the posse moving because Skaggs had his legal problem. He wanted help. By June 16, Schuman was in jail. And Skaggs wouldn't put up the money to get him out. I had to go running around.
This was the first contempt
The
citation.
first time.
Yeah.
So, you stop and think, we formed the posse in April. Skaggs begged for help in May. We offered the help in May. He said he'd come up with a couple $1,000s to help get the work going. He came up with shit. And Schuman ends up in jail on the 16th. On the 17th, I got to go borrow money to get him out. And from that point on, it was downhill all the way down the line. So I'm out of the state of Indiana 1 month. It's August. I'm living out of 2 suitcases and on $4 a day, feeding myself and Sheila on $4 a day. And all of a sudden, Schuman blows up at me. Strange thing is that we never heard hide nor heed of Skaggs till March of '75. But by August, everything is blown high. The next thing is Harriet didn't do any work for the Citizens Committee for 2.5 years. But in March, she comes back and offers her help in the Citizens Committee stuff because she heard we were going to help Skaggs. And now Harriet's at Sherman's house all the time, and Harriet's divorce has gone through, which wasn't able to go through for 4.5 years. And like that, in a month and a half, the divorce is through, and now she's free and she can work with Sherman. You add it up as you see fit.
Yeah.
From March until August, everything got blown sky high. I was all set up with another $2,000 lecture at Indiana University. I had another $1,500 lecture set up at the Purdue Calumet campus up north. Both of those lectures went out the window. I got jerked off of the radio station. Warren Freiberg got scared to let me back on the program. I had a weekly program going. I was on a weekly program in Maine. I was on a weekly program in Boston. Okay? That's one thing Sherman didn't have. He was hit and miss once in a while on a program. I had weekly programs going where people knew at 10 o'clock on a certain day I'd be there. And all of a sudden, I get hit with, what, 18, 19 legal suits? Shit, you need 5 lawyers to do that. And then work out of a suitcase? So if anyone got smashed, I got smashed.
Well, that's out in the open.
Very interesting. I was waiting to put this together time-wise.
Yeah.
This,
Hey, understand something. Because I can't go back to Indiana.
I know, you're in a real bind.
I'm in a horrible bind. On top of it, I'm sued in Indiana, right?
And you can't even set foot.
But wait a minute, let me tell you the hooker. I had $1 million judgment against the FBI. All I had to do was go in and prove up the expenses.
Mm-hmm.
I had $1 million. You understand? I lost that case because I couldn't come in court, and the court ordered me to appear, and I couldn't without being arrested. Five weeks later, another suit that was hanging against me, the guy goes in and asks for a default judgment. He gets $250,000 against it. So I lose $1 million, and I got a $250,000 judgment against me, all because of Sherman getting me chased out of Indiana. Now you figure it out.
Isn't Sherman currently under the same bind with a...
He didn't have $1 million coming.
No, I don't mean that one. I mean, he was also cited in that arrest warrant by Pavonic along with Dave.
But he hasn't lost anything. Don't you understand? There's been no judgments against him.
No.
I'm the one that got the judgment. It's my hotline they try to close down in Indiana. It's
Yeah.
me they chased off the radio programs. It's me that's not in front of the college students like I used to be giving my lectures. I've been pushed into limbo for a whole year here while they're nailing me to the cross with all these legal things. One court says you'd be here Tuesday at 2 o'clock, and the next court says you'd be here Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Go ahead and tell two courts that you can't do because the other court said, and they act like it's an accident. Like the judges can't telephone each other, you know. Sherman hasn't gone through this.
Strange turnabout, because he sure as hell went to your defense when you got hauled off to Clockwork Orange.
Yeah. He sure did. Few people know the story of that one either. I could have gotten out in 3 days.
You never chose to stay longer?
To give Sherman the time. To give Sherman the time to build it up into a national problem. I could have gotten out in 3 days. In fact, Sherman was going to keep me there 60 days, using me for a guinea pig. I'm the one who got myself out. Sherman didn't get me out.
I asked him about that once. I just, how did you finally get out?
Yeah,
And
I'll tell you how. I filed a motion that was sitting in my pocket from the first day that I was in there.
you never mentioned anything about that.
No, he wouldn't.
He said that, well, he says, I don't think really it was even my efforts that really got you out. He says the Western Indiana State prosecutor went to your defense, and he says, I rather question whether that man really had that much influence to get you out. And he said, I'm not quite sure how he got out. They said it must have been some of the CIA friends that finally got him out, quoting Sherman.
Or that they did the job on you that they wanted to, so they released you.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure did.
I started out on that, and we were describing what they pulled.
I still think he's been neutralized somewhere though. You don't hear
Well, Sherman,
anything.
since the Kerner situation, Sherman hasn't accomplished anything. And Sherman was going down the sewer as far as his own public support was concerned until I got involved in the Sorelli operation with the air crash, and then Mrs. Huntley turned it into a nationwide thing. That's when Sherman became a nationwide operation. Until that time, he was a local operator from Chicago. But it took me and my suffering to get through it. And all he can do is go around badmouth, and you ask him, well, like I did the night we had our fight. And I told him. I said, well, you do what you do here. I said, you're worse than Barney. I said, you've already convicted me, hung me, and executed me without anything. I said, where's anything you're talking about? I said, bring Skaggs here if he says it. Bring whoever it is here who says they know. Let me see what property I have. If I got property, why are my teeth falling out of my mouth? Why am I running around with a car that has no brakes? He couldn't answer those very simple things. I said, why am I living with my mother and my farm's burned to the ground? No, I'm getting 100% work over it. And for whatever reason, Sherman's a part of it. And I'll tell you one thing I've done. I've legally researched the law. There's no other case ever in the history of any of the 50 states or at the federal level
For slaves in submission by the use of simplified hardware, non-electronic, perhaps, but of other devices which would still produce a variation in the magnetic field sufficient to suppress an individual, and those who didn't have the gadgets around their necks were hooked. And there was a pattern, had the frequencies converted to a desirable level, and desirable frequencies, so there were 3 of them. All you have to do is wave a couple of magnets around on the end of a stick and you'll do it. It has to be sinusoidal. It has to be a pure frequency, so to speak, sinusoidal, and you can do it by a couple of magnets in the air if it's done properly. The body is that, the mind is that sensitive to magnetic field variations. Bob showed me some interesting hardware. Coil he hand-wound himself, 500,000 turns, a number 80 wire, I emphasize 80, not 60. Never heard of the stuff that he found. It took him 3.5 weeks to wind the damn thing. And this is connected to a highly sensitive low-frequency amplifier. Portable scope. You can see the effects of the Schuman resonance. But what was very interesting was that you could take a pair of keys, put this stuff outside the car, and the wire came in the amplifier and scope inside the car, close the door. Take a pair of keys with a little magnet on one of them, inside the car and jingle them. The equipment went absolutely wild. You could pick up coil outside the car, 20 feet away. And that's the kind of order of sensitivity you're dealing with a human mind. Now, a key jingle is not producing a sinusoidal frequency, and it's not producing anything sustained of the type that would cause a problem, but the equipment can pick it up. So can the human mind. Any type of magnetic disturbance, a magnetic storm, or anything else can cause a disturbance on the normal patterns in the mind, which is what has been noted from what you were just talking about. And you, as he said, you do not have to have electronic hardware or sophisticated stuff. It can be done quite simply. With somebody who has the basic information, they can reproduce the same entrainment effects at any frequency they want on the human mind with non-electronic equipment, as long as they know what they're doing. And I'll lay you odds that they knew what they were doing 3,000 years ago. The priest class knew much that we never talked about, and they maintained the control. The human mind is designed this way. The question is by whom or for why, but it is a function and a characteristic of the mind. And as John Keel said in the September issue of Saga, the human being is nothing but a biological robot, which can be programmed or reprogrammed at will. Absolutely true statement. And I don't think he knows all of the answers, but he's certainly tripped on a lot of them. And he has stated flatly in print that he said the control operation that has existed on this planet for so long has slipped and is no longer functioning the way it was originally intended. Consequently, people are breaking out from under it. The wars that are now going on are for control, not of men's souls, but literally of the bodies. It's a very interesting statement. It's in black and white. It's current September issue of Saga. John Keel probably took this out of his book, The Eighth Tower, in which he goes more heavily into this, I believe. I haven't seen it. I can't get a hold of a copy of it anyways. But he broke out on some shells, apparently, and decided to put it in print. It deals with the control operation on this planet in that book. But why was the mind designed to go this way? It's obviously it was part of an experiment. And that was the perfect way to keep people under control. Keep the key operating frequencies at a certain level, you can keep them controlled. That basic entrainment is lost, and a person finds the keys to it and is able, as a few individuals have done through history, if a person is able to break out of that control by finding out what the control elements are and shielding against them, or otherwise through meditation or whatever technique that works, and re-entrain those basic brain frequencies to the level they want, as an individual, then they're out of it. They are not controllable anymore. And that's what a lot of the basic biofeedback is, getting the person to get control of his own basic brainwaves.
I gotta tell you something. In Ann Arbor, Michigan, right on State Street, there's a place called the Schizophrenia Foundation.
It's interesting.
When they first put it together, they were naturally trying to deal with the problem of schizophrenia. Mm-hmm. That's the way their foundation got named. They finally ended up in megavitamin theory and practice.
UCLA is very heavy into this.
Now, let me tell you a few things. Their findings are as follows. They have a 90% success rate with all schizophrenics, all alcoholics, all diabetics, and all dope addicts. They found the basic thing that's wrong with all of them is low blood sugar.
That's a very,
Hypoglycemia.
very common problem in our civilization, particularly here in this country.
It's due basically because of our artificial foods. Within 6 weeks, in and out, 90% success rate, and ABA won't publish what they're doing.
Of course not.
Now watch the next kicker. Dr. Hoffman there is a man I met twice. Once he learned that they had found this secret little key, hypoglycemia is common to all forms, and they can do such and such by analyzing the blood. He then began playing with his own concept of cell regeneration to speed up the process with the megavitamins. Now watch the next kicker. He got a grant from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute.
Okay.
And the idea was that oxygen under pressure would force the rate or ratio of cell regeneration to increase as cells live on oxygen. So they put a person who was going through the process. It looks like a tub with a cap on it, okay? But where the oxygen is force-fed into it, it's through 6 different openings. 6 tubes run into it, but it comes from one basic compressor that's releasing the pressure. They take that pressure and they run it way the hell up on a person who's gone through the following sequence of events. First, they bathe in warm water, and they rub and scrub with a Swedish-type brush to get that stimulation in the blood up to the top, okay? Then they put that person, they drain that water, and they put them into very, very cool water to cool the body back down, and they put in Epsom salts into that water.
Okay.
Epsom salts. They make the person soak in that Epsom salt in the cool water for about 5 minutes, but then they keep increasing the temperature by 5 degrees until such time that that temperature is getting up to almost 140 degrees. Okay? Now, if you try to immerse someone into that, you can't do it.
No,
If you
yeah,
take
no.
it in gradations,
You can bring the body
you
temperature
can
up.
bring it up, but they keep them in that Epsom salt water. Then they give a special, like a little sponge to him, okay? And the person goes over his whole body with that sponge while he's in that 140 degree water, getting the stimulation or tingles all over. And they take him out of that tub, dry him very, very fast, and throw him into this other tub with the 6 hoses. They pump that oxygen in. There's a collar fitting right around his neck so it can't come out, right? They can take a person through 3 treatments over a period of 2 months, going through this process, and give him all new skin. All new skin.
Good.
They've got before and after pictures showing wrinkled, gnarled up elbows, wrists with this,
Just by
whatever,
oxygenation.
by high pressure oxygenation after they've gone through this process and have been on a high megavitamin diet for 6 weeks. But the skin looks like that of a 20 to 25-year-old, and it holds. It's not a thing that fades away. They actually force a regeneration of the cells to such a point that they reactivate the lymph glands to do what they used to do when the person was in their 20s.
Wouldn't vitamin B15 do the same thing?
It might, the principle is the same.
Yeah.
Now, naturally, the most significant results are in people who are 55 to 65, because they shove them back, they look like they're 25 or 30. 40-year-olds, 30-year-olds, the significance isn't that great in terms of observable thing. But it's fantastic what they do with the 55 and 65-year-olds. They just haven't figured out a way to do it with the face and the neck. Because of the high pressure, pop them
Well, how
out.
do they do it? They blow the oxygen straight on the
It's a
body?
metal, it's an actual tub.
Yeah.
And the tub has a metal cover in it.
Okay.
And they clamp, right on the bottom, it clamps just like a coffin almost.
Okay.
It comes up like this and it's tied around the top. And they just keep putting that high air pressure in there.
Okay, the head's outside of the
The
tube.
head's outside, so the person can breathe.
All right.
But the rest of his body is totally rejuvenated. Now, they've been doing this for almost 8 years.
Very interesting.
Dr. Hoffer is one of the first boys to break away from the ABA back in 1948. Went off his own way with research. But again, the trick that they didn't understand how they were doing it was reactivating the lymph nodes. They say the lymph nodes gradually begin deteriorating, and they don't function when a person passes over 40. Now, if you grab a very important thing out of Genesis, when Lucifer was arguing, surely you will not die and all this, and God says, I made you to live forever.
Mm-hmm.
You're right on the money. Then you stop and look what Howard Hughes was into. All of his research. Eugenics.
Except that if that was the body of Hughes, it was shipped into Houston. There was a man whose body was equivalent age of 90 and he was only 70.
Yeah.
He deteriorated very rapidly in a lot of days.
Okay.
Very interesting. Okay.
Now, here you, I, and Rich are. We're all busted. We've got no money. We've got great ideas. We know what's coming. We're going to end up one of two places. We're either going to end up, all of us, running away someplace into some nondescript geographic location and try to build a community, a viable community, a city, a library, whatever, to fight this thing. Or we keep standing around like we are.
Doing nothing.
They're going to be picking us up one by one. I don't see you for a year. I don't see him for 6 months to a year.
Right.
And we don't know which one of us got picked up. We're going to be shoved in these brain factories. They're going to work us over, convert us over. We come back, and we become operatives. I don't know if you read that.
Well, that's the chart proof.
The what?
That's the chart proof from what he picked up.
Oh, on the 6-3, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when Hitler, with his Nazi operation, began going house to house through Germany, he wasn't going after Jews. He was only going after those scientific Jews and those other scientific non-Jews who were digging into the more sophisticated areas of knowledge and research, but politically they were against a centralized operation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those were the people picked up one by one, and invariably, if you go back through and check through all those goddamn records of the Nuremberg trials and everything else, they always returned them home the first time. They let them come back. They were gone for 3-4 days and then came back. But they wouldn't talk about what they went through. Russia's been doing the same thing since 1917. And until I blew this whole behavior mod thing out in the open, and then Senator Irvin came through with his report, nobody knew that we've been doing the same thing in this country since '49. Now, we know where they're heading. We can't talk to half the people. They're not with it.
No. They won't believe it. They're not with it. They don't want
I
to
wish
believe
it
it.
were only half.
I use that as an example.
99%.
Now, on my hotline, and on Sherman's hotline, and other people who are putting out their things, Mr. Palmer up here in Wisconsin, he puts out Forum, which is
Very
very, very good. This guy has been bugged over, worked over, post office, CIA, just like me. Half the people I'm sending out my normal mailings to, I can't ever drop 75 envelopes in the same mailbox. They just don't get there.
Yeah.
Whenever I mail out a huge mailing of anything to anybody, I cannot drop more than maybe 5 or 6 in the mailbox. Then I gotta go to another mailbox, then another mailbox, and still some doesn't get through. The moment they see that return address, Citizens Bar, or they see Post Office Box 17A on return, I'm screwed.
That's why all my important mail now, I don't even put a return address on.
Okay, what I've learned to do is I put the person who I address it to, it takes more work.
Mm-hmm.
You address it twice to the same person. the return address is to the same person you're mailing it to. It's double work, but you got to have a bunch of girls sitting there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the only way it gets through without interference. And then I still can't drop 75 into the same mailbox. And that's a lot of work driving around the city, dropping or having people drop 5.
Yes, yes, that would be.
Okay. Now, when I try to talk to these people at a different plane, they're curious, they want to know, especially those, let's call on the birch end. Now, they've been going to lectures 15 years ahead of the rest of America, even though the Birch Society is putting out a slanted view of the whole thing as they saw it. As far as a conspiracy existing, how it was put together, how it functions, who the people are, what's the CFR and all this, right? They were 10 to 15 years ahead in education of the rest of the people who didn't wake up till Watergate.
Yeah.
What did they do? What did these millions of people that they reached, what did they do?
Largely and basically nothing.
They sat around talking to each other.
Right.
They had their closed little circles. But the thing that's required to make something go is a conviction and a belief where you take risks. Now, I'm undercover now. I'm hiding like a criminal. Nobody knows where I'm at. I have no telephone where I'm at. I move mostly at night, not in the daytime. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And everybody's got to be someplace now. We can't get away from it. Everybody has to be someplace.
I'm just going to disappear into thin air, and I haven't learned that trick yet. I'd like to at times.
And one of the greatest drawbacks among independent people is they don't like to take orders from people. And all of us who've got the gift to put the pieces together, we each want to control our own life. I mean, I go up with orders up to a certain point, and I don't care how I love the guy. When I'm in mental disagreement with him, you can't do it. I work with him, but take orders from him, it's a whole different ballpark. And that's our downfall. We are so independent, we cannot work together long enough, even on a short run, to fight this monstrous thing up at the top.
Yeah. And those who are at the top have learned how to work together.
They have worked together, and those who won't, they're just assassinated. They're just wiped out. Because the Brotherhood of the Bell operates.
Oh, yes.
It operates.
Got a book made into a TV thing.
Yeah.
Movie, whatever. You just disguise the names a little bit.
Right.
You're my friend. You owe me a favor from way back when, remember? And you're going to deliver, aren't you? Yep. You mentioned earlier, if I may digress for a bit, this business of Harriet getting into the act here between you and Schuman, and putting out the story about you being
CIA agent, assassin, light.
right.
Which Tony believed, by the way.
Tony did believe it?
Told me that when I was in the hospital.
You know who else is putting the same thing out? Mike Beach.
That's who I am?
Yes. And also the man whom you and Sherman initially tried to defend before Mr. Kravonik. The guy who got into
Skaggs?
Yeah. Who is now out of Wisconsin. Mike went down there, he told me on the phone, he went down there and apparently defended Skaggs directly before Kravonik and got him off the hook somehow. Didn't say how.
Beach did?
Yes, he went personally,
In front of Pavani?
apparently. And he gave me a long and interesting story about they ran a check on your background and came up with all this business about Stanley Light and CIA and Florida and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I talked about this to Tony, both before he went to the hospital and when he was in there. And everything came from Skaggs. That's what Tony told me.
Yes, basically.
Through Skaggs.
Right.
It's strange, Skaggs was nowhere in my life till 25 days before we confronted Varnick.
Mm-hmm.
But within 25 days after we tried to help Skaggs and go fight Varnick, everything blew sky high.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
There was no problems anywhere. Whether Sherman, our people, radio stations, or whatever. And all the bad-mouthing, first Skaggs started bad-mouthing Skolnick to me. That didn't work. So he turned around the other way and started bad-mouthing me to Skolnick. Yet when I try to meet Skaggs face-to-face, or Harriet, they didn't want to meet face-to-face. So Tony was checking out where the information was coming from, and he's the one who told me. He said, it's not all coming from Skaggs.
No.
He said, Harriet did research too, and you didn't work for the company you said, and your father didn't have a company, and all this other stuff. Well, that's strange when I've still got the goddamn financial records. But between Harriet and Skaggs, I didn't exist.
What do you know about Mike Beach's background?
I know that he's part of that old 1936 to 42 silver, what the hell do they call it?
Silver Shirts?
Yeah.
The old Nazi group in the U.S., which is Jim Moseley also.
Yeah.
Jim Moseley's father organized it. He was in that? I didn't know that.
Yeah. He was one of the first 100 silver shirts.
Now he's running the posse thing over
Yeah.
most of the country. Did you have a falling out with him over that?
Over what?
The posse business?
No.
It's even weirder.
No.
It's even weirder. He accused you of sabotaging the posse comitatus in the state of Indiana.
Who, Mike?
Yes, he accused you of it to my face.
Still hates me. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I don't either, but he accused. He said that after this business with Skaggs down there, he had and some other reports he was getting out of Indiana, that he had to go down there not only for the sake of Skaggs, but also to find out what the hell was going on in Indiana. He said things were not being organized very well, and things were backfiring from what he could understand or see of it from up there in Oregon, all over Indiana. And he stated after he investigated that you were sabotaging the posse comitatus groups in Indiana. Quote and unquote.
He never said a word to me about it. In fact, he kept writing to me, asking me how come the Skaggs group or the Fairhaven Church group weren't sending in their reports on what they're doing. And they hadn't published their first thing in the paper.
This is beginning to sound a little bit like the Nuremberg trials.
Well, that's what I felt like I've gone through in the last year.
Like not one person knew what the hell another was talking about.
When I first put together the posse with Mike, I pissed away a whole month of my life getting 3 of them organized. Okay?
This was in Indiana.
Yeah. And I pissed away a whole month. I didn't get a dime out of anything. I did everything else on my own backslide. And try to put together the posse. Skaggs and his son-in-law, they wanted to form their own posse. The Fairhaven Church wanted to form their posse.
Separate from Mike?
Separate, yeah. No, separate from the Skaggs.
Oh,
The
okay.
Fairhaven Church couldn't get along with the Skaggs. They were too bossy. So I didn't know how to handle that. 2 separate posses in the same county, you can't do it. All right? Well, the church then backed out. And they said, well, we're not going to go along with Skaggs and his son-in-law being such and such. All right? So all of a sudden, Skaggs' son-in-law, who was married to the daughter of the sheriff of LaPorte County, comes up with stuff that Al Bottos is a millionaire. He's got all kind of land and property hidden away in Florida. He's a CIA operative. So I confront the schmooch at the Fairhaven Church in front of the ministers.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, that's what I heard. I said, well, why don't you come tell me what you heard? I said, where did you hear it? Where do I have it? Who's the person? Oh, they went and pushed it on the cornbread. He's a Mormon. He supplies this food, this dehydrated food stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I contact Cornbread, and I got the letter back from him. And he says, Alex, he says, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He said, I had no contact with these people whatsoever other than to sell them food. They got no information plus or minus out of me. So I go back to Skaggs. He won't talk to me. Then all of a sudden Sherman blows up on me.
Mm-hmm.
Now about Mike Beach, this is the first time I ever heard of it.
When was the last time you had any communication with Mike?
I've almost blocked out communications with everybody because I've been so goddamn loaded. They got me buried in this legal.
Yeah.
The last time I was in touch with Beach was October of '75. And that's when the Counter Spy magazine came out with their fall issue, and they were talking about the far-right posse comitatus and what it means in the history of the posse, and I mailed it to them. That was October of '75.
Let's see. I was up in Oregon in late May and early June of '75, and that's when I saw Mike up there, and that's when he put all this on me. Now, I had prior contact by phone. I think it was a couple of months prior to that. And the Skaggs thing, I didn't. He told me about Skaggs and said you can call him if you want. Gave me his phone number, and I talked with him after July, after I was working in Atlanta. The Beach put all this business on me in June of '75 about the investigations and the way things blew with Pavonic, and you and Sherman were not doing a good job with Skaggs and so forth and so on, and he had to go down there and straighten it out. After Skaggs got himself another attorney in between, which got him even worse with Pavonic, according to what he said. So that at least correlates.
Well, what happened is that Skaggs jumped. First of all, Skaggs jumped from what Sherman and I had put in front of him to do and went ahead with an attorney and did something else. Then he got into it with that attorney and shifted to another attorney, and that attorney got him in deeper because he filed the wrong paper in court, didn't even file a proper federal suit. So the judge threw that out. And then Sherman had to go in and patch that up because I wouldn't help the Skaggs anymore by August because the man neither would come through with money, with help, with nothing, and was bad-mouthing me all over Indiana.
In the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Then the papers hit on August the 10th that the FBI is investigating the posse comitatus and Alex Bottos for insurrection.
That's a typical ploy
Well,
from the FBI these
I
days.
can't defend against that because I'm kicked out of Indiana, right? I just
Yeah.
read what's in the papers, and then it all died down. The Judge Pavarnik accused Bottos of them and sentenced them to prison, all within 35 minutes, knowing that one man, Alex Bottos, was never in the courtroom, was never under the jurisdiction of the court, had never filed a paper in the court. There's never been a situation like this. But that's what he did.
He's gotten away with it this long.
And he's gotten away with it for a whole year. Now stop and think of what I'm saying to you. I was never in that man's courtroom. I was never under his jurisdiction. He knows the law. Everybody knows the law. I was never served with process. I was never anything. I was never accused of anything. But my name was included in the thing with Sherman Stallman. What does Sherman do? He runs home and sits in his house with all of his records and everything. I have to leave everything. I'm lost.
Yeah, so this whole thing, if the one that gets straightened out, there's no way you can get
No,
back there.
I'm trapped until Pavarnik goes to jail. I'm trapped until Veronica goes to jail. And Sherman isn't doing anything to send Veronica to jail. I am.
That's for sure.
I'm the one still digging. My people are still taking the risks. I got one now. I told you, my state police lieutenant. He got demoted first to sergeant, then to patrolman. Now he's resigned under 3 trumped-up charges. The other Gary policeman was feeding me information out of records. He's dead. They killed his 18-year-old daughter, stuffed her in the rear of the trunk. All my people are being killed and waylaid and everything. Sherman's still sitting there and just operating and going along. And all the people who were sending donations into the Citizens Committee thinking they were helping me and Sherman, you think he sends me $1? No. But I was the one pumping 3 weekly radio programs every week and telling the people, send the money to the Citizens Committee. That's a hell of a spot to be in.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, Sherman, I'm not that sweating. It's for Mike Beach to be mad at me and bad-mouthing me. That's news to me. Because I don't know how much longer I can hold up here alone. You can have friends just for so long and you stay in their house and you mess up their daily routine.
Yeah.
And you haul in files and papers and clutter up their kitchen table so that they can't cook at their kitchen table because you're working on your brief. And after a while, they're not your friends for too much longer.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been doing. I've been bouncing from one damn place to the other. You ready to go to bed, huh?
Yeah, I think I about is. What time is it? 2:30? No, 2 o'clock.
You don't give this kind of stuff to Sherman, do you?
Hell no.
He wouldn't understand what the
He wouldn't know what to do with it.
That's what Tony felt. That's why when we used to talk about anything psionic, anything religious,
No, I know it's totally beyond him.
Tony used to say, Sherman's getting mad because you and I are seeing each other alone. He said, but there's no sense in Sherman being here. He laughs. You talk about this stuff, and he giggles and laughs.
I wonder what the Dave is. Where's Dave's head?
Between a rock and a hard place. Dave's okay as long as he stays away from pot. Oh. But Dave is a pothead.
Oh.
And the more he drives, the more he smokes. Sometimes he doesn't see the road.
Can be.
Well, I haven't talked to Sherman since just before Tony died.
It's back in January.
Yeah.
And I rarely call the hotline anymore either because it's just so poor.
Well, he's just not getting. I call every once in a while just to see what he's
Right.
up to. The only time his hotlines carry anything is if he calls my hotline, he listens to it, and then he revises it and puts it on his own. And I'll tell you how you can check it. If I run a message on Stanley Robinson this weekend, Sherman will run one this Wednesday or Thursday. If I run something on atomic reactors, he'll be running one 2 days later.
It's totally nothing. I kept calling, waiting to hear if he'd hit this Carter and the cocaine business, something national. Divorce crap and this judge and the one judge he was accusing of being a Jesuit.
Yeah. Oh, that was wild. He gets him on a tape recorder, and the judge says, "Oh, now you make me a Jesuit." Yeah.
That thing really
Wild.
got me thinking.
Sherman's the least of my problems.
You can believe that?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Did you get everything accomplished?
Yeah, I think basically.
Was he supposed to go more into the UFO scene with the tulpas, or was that just...
What was that?
Was he supposed to go deeper into the UFO scene with the tulpas?
Who?
Alex.
Well, I haven't put that particular aspect on, and I do not know whether that is what the Air Force, or CIA rather, was looking at or getting into or not.
We'll ask him.
Yeah.
Just to cover all the bases.
There's something else I wanted to bring up. What was it? No?
Don took her to a party. Somebody dropped something in her drink, she spaced out. Hasn't come back yet.
And she's still out meddling?
Totally to discredit her. They did it to her just a short time after she wrote the book, Big Brother and the Holding Company, in which she told about my story of Mrs. E. Howard Hunt and the real meaning of Watergate, which is just coming out now with the Hughes organization and the Mafia and the CIA. In that article, there's hardly nothing about Sherman. It's all about me. So a month after the book hits the stands and it starts to be an issue, she gets something dropped in her drink. So when you start checking around whose friends are being screwed over, who's getting hurt, I don't see anything happen to Sherman and Sherman's friends. In fact, I haven't seen it in 15 years. But I sure got a tally list of my own, weirder than hell. So I'm going to take off before Al falls on the floor. I'll photocopy the insets of these things
Okay.
for you here, Al.
Yeah, that I'd appreciate. Let's see. Yeah. You probably don't. Maybe Heineck has gotten into that in the Air Force business, of the evaluation of UFOs yet. But one of Bearden's principal claims and statements is that, and he says you can see this from some of the photos of certain types of UFOs, that they come under the category of what Young stated was in this theory the mass subconscious, and that in times and periods of stress, that is nationwide or international stress, the human mechanism works with the subconscious mind. Certain energies are pumped into these levels, and the effect is a manifestation of a what he calls a topa, which the old Cahoons knew about. And in a time of great stress, the thing will be given enough energy to rise above the noise level and become a physical manifestation in a given area of the world, or possibly worldwide.
From the Hopi Indians, I read that.
Yeah. He feels that the majority of the UFO phenomena is just that. I don't agree on a percentage. I would say probably some part of it is. Beyond that, I wouldn't want to make a statement because I don't know. But I don't think it's all of it, and I don't think even necessarily a majority. But he's pointed out and charted various times in the history of, recent history of mankind, when there were various panics, other times of great stress nationally or internationally, and lo and behold, there's a UFO flight. This goes back even to the 1890s. And the 1890s was a great 1897 or 8 year, that great big flap over California, this airship thing over Sacramento, so forth. Oh yeah, speaking of earthquakes, he is convinced also that the Russians know how now to, using the spin effect of the Earth and certain other data, which is available also, by the way, in the August issue of Smithsonian, current one, tying back the old plate formations and how they split apart to certain mathematical patterns which you can project on the globe, particularly the dodecahedron pattern. He's convinced the Russians have figured out how to tune in at certain nodal points, excite the skin effect to produce earthquakes artificially. There's too many of them recently, if you look at it, not natural. They run transverse fault lines. big one in the U.S., the last big one in Europe. The Chinese are able to detect them 3 days in advance, and this last major one caught them flat-footed without warning. Wiped out a major city.
So they don't follow the basic.
Yeah.
Okay.
The aftershocks they predicted accurately enough, and they've also predicted the possibility since of another major one in Peking area. Because now I had one in the Philippines instead.
All right, what are you going to do in the next 60 to 90 days? You going to go back, go to work?
Well, I'm going to go back to work. I'll be glad until this thing either ends or I cut it off. I've got a rather strong feeling it better not go very far into September. I've got a feeling things are going to start turning unglued in the lab. For partially me personally and partially just a lab. Somebody's playing with hardware down there sometime. And it's in that 7 hertz range. But when I came back from my vacation, I got slammed hard for 4 days. And it wasn't just the biological clocks, I was the opening. Rebalancing on these ships across country, particularly east. But I was able to tune in on it, and I finally was able to tune it out. That's a good way of doing it. Now it's just the holding action down there. Put the dials on my little device and keep it from coming completely apart. That's what it amounts to. Neutralize it. And you can't get out of it unless you leave the area. I'm going to have to. So I expect to be out of there in the next 30th and outside. I'll be back west. I'm going to be back in California for a while. I wanted to get from the latter part of the summer up to northwest country, out in the boonies someplace, and get myself put back together. Get some energy back.
Okay. Don't go near the federal parks. If you'll read, I think it's the camping magazine, the last two.
No.
The Bureau has released a report, and listen to the way they explained it,
Fine line, huh?
that all of the national parks have had installed over the last 7 years infrared sensors at specific locations along the trees. Is to find lost visitors. There are no paths you can go on, either with a car or a bicycle or a walking path that you're not picked up and tracked.
In all the national parks?
All the national
In the U.S.?
in the U.S.
Good God. That's an enormous expense.
Now, the real reason for it is
Obviously otherwise.
that these sensors are identical to the kinds that have been laid out between Canada and the United States and Mexico. And they're backed up further with roadblocks. With all the with all the positive ions they're throwing off from the cities, when the real Holocaust is coming down upon us, those who don't understand how trees work and flowers grow and vegetation and create that special umbrella over so you can breathe it in and keep yourself going.
Bearden does.
Okay? This is why I run to the forest preserves every day, and I stay there for an hour, and I breathe the right air, and I lay down on the ground, and I touch the dirt and all that.
Just touch
Those who are a part of making this thing happen, they understand it. And that's where they're going to run and stay for a month or two. But you see, they're going to have special little detector plates on them. They're allowed to pass through these areas. They're allowed to be there in the parks. It's just those scum like you and me who might be smart enough to run there who will be picked up.
I didn't intend to go on any national.
Well, that's where a lot of people who are supposedly intelligent are thinking of running to the state and federal parks.
That's one thing Howard Beach did agree with you on, that there definitely is something going on in those southern Oregon federal parks. He said, I've asked him, he says, have you ever gotten any more on that? He says, no. He says, we cannot get accurate information. We know something's going on in there. He says, we cannot get the bottom. Period.
I just had another friend came back from Seattle and went and tried to do certain things in that area. Scientology has really gone wild out there.
In Seattle, you know where else it's gone wild? You know where world headquarters are now located? Clearwater, Florida.
Shit.
I'm not. He sold the flagship to Diane and moved into Clearwater under false pretenses of being United Churches of Florida, Inc. He went to the city fathers, and they wanted, I have friends down there who told me the whole story, goes in the papers and everything. And they're working for the company where I am, and that's how I got it firsthand. Went down there, and he represented himself. He didn't personally, but representatives came in and said we would like to buy a convention hall and a hotel for church activities and so forth. And city fathers were all for it. It was great. It's a retirement community, and older people are very churchy minded, and they thought it was great. So they went through the various operations. They bought an old bank building, they bought a convention hall, and they bought a hotel. And next thing you know, the mayor's wandering around town one day, and outside of these properties, all of a sudden he sees armed guards with firearms on their sides. He says, what's this? He starts asking questions. Scientology, who the hell are you? Oh, we own this property. What do you mean you own this property? So the mayor got into the act, the local newspaper got in the act, found out that the United Churches of Florida, Inc. was Scientology. And under false pretense, they bought property. Not just that, they've been buying up plush homes in the waterfront. Right and left, particularly up into the Dunedin area, which is a very prime retirement community. And the newspaper started publishing about the trials of Scientology in Australia and everything. Next thing, Hubbard slapped lawsuits on the two local newspapers, one there and one in St. Pete. Two radio stations, the mayor and his wife, because they made some unkind comments.
Same thing we did in England.
Yeah. And finally, pressure from the police chief and the mayor, the armed guards were retired off the streets into the inside of the building, so they weren't so obvious. And then he applied, of course, being a church, for tax relief, tax immunity under the various laws for a church. 2 weeks ago, that was turned down. The city council said, no way. Said, a church is a wide open operation. This is not wide open. They said, there's nothing about it that looks to us like a church. They just slapped them right down, which is $40,000 a year taxes you have to cough up now. But some other figures are brought out by the papers, and others have started investigating this thing. Do you know what his take is now?
Way the hell up in the million, 5-6 years ago.
5 mil a week U.S. alone.
The magazine is still available in Japan.
It's now approaching close to $500 million a year that he's hauling in. The figures officially published now are that worldwide membership is counted by Scientology at 15 million. They have been mushrooming in every direction. And he has flatly stated in certain sources that his intent is to take over the planet, period. He has gotten, apparently, IRS and the federal government off his back, where previously he had
He was fighting them,
outstanding lawsuits. He is personally in Clearwater now. The boats come in and out all hours of the night and disturb all the neighbors of Dunedin. They're upset about this because they got markers and buoys in the channel, so they know which channel obviously to come in. And big wild goings on in these houses at night. They don't know what, but there's things going on, and there's no lack of activity all night. And the whole city is upset about it. They're there. And that is now world headquarters. Clearwater, Florida. Why Clearwater? I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. But there they are.
Part of the story might be right next to Clearwater, St. Pete.
That's right.
St. Pete was the first behavior model project area called the Seed, where they took all the young kids, took them away from families on a random sample basis. St. Pete, Florida.
In St. Pete?
That was the experiment
When
for
did-
Seed.
When did they do this?
According to the Irvin report, it began in 1967.
Well, you know, Hubbard did this in Phoenix in 1952 and 3 and 4, and he got himself not well with the
This was
AMH.
HEW. This was HEW and the Family Planning Association of Florida. And they got together and they installed a project called Seed. This is the one that turned kids into robots, almost identical to what Hubbard does with his operation. And the kids have their own secret little spy ring among themselves. They're not the same, but they have short hair and they wash themselves. They don't wear long hair and this and that, but they're weirder than hell.
I did run into
and
some
highly
weird,
susceptible to hypnosis.
I did run into some weird types around St. Pete when I was there in '69.
And one of the top doctors that was in charge of it, the strange thing is that a great number of these children who were initially put into the Seed Project were actually not children by blood of the adopted parents. They were all adopted children almost to the nth degree. And the strange thing happens when Seed got exposed by Irvin with his report on constitutional rights. Seed supposedly disbanded. But these super doctors, almost all inevitably landed up back in Germany.
Oh,
Those are the ones that were in charge.
in Germany.
Stuttgart was one.
Stuttgart? That figures. How about Würzburg?
Where?
Würzburg.
That I didn't know.
Okay, the reason for asking is that a certain friend was over there for 3 years, and he's come back totally different. We broke communication 15 months ago, and I had a run-in with his wife after they got back. And, I got it sort of raked over, but she made one comment that was very interesting and revealing. She says he's changed a lot. She says you're in for a shock.
And you better believe it.
I have not called, and I will not, and I read not through her to know that it might have been a fortuitous call getting her on the phone, even though she did call me all kinds of plain fancy things.
Well, I had a friend who I hadn't seen in 20 years. Came up and asked for help. They'd gotten both of her daughters down. She'd been fighting to release them for 3 years and couldn't get them out.
Was it St. Pete? And then we got Reverend Moon pulling his little operation.
And this woman was fairly well connected in terms of the power structure. She knew Kirk, down there, and she knew Claude Pepper and all that. Couldn't help. 3 years she fought to get her. The youngest one was 14.
Oh, did you know, it's a side thing that's connected with Hubbard. When Hubbard was doing his early work leading up to Dianetics and Scientology, he was in California for a couple of years. He worked with a well-known scientist there by the name of Jack Parsons at Caltech. They got associated. He cleaned Parsons' money out. Parsons was connected with Crowley very heavily at that time, and Crowley warned Parsons about Hubbard because he'd already been kicked out of Crowley's organization. They worked together for a number of years, and then about 1950 or 51, Parsons was killed in an explosion in his lab, which just happened to be right next door to Hubbard's home on South Fair Oaks Avenue in Pasadena. And the interesting point was that Parsons was very heavily into the black arts and black magic, and he was working with Hubbard and Crowley and a whole group of scientists at Caltech. Caltech was heavy with black magic operations, and believe it or not, Caltech was originally a third-rate trade school which was taken over by Rockefeller interests and converted into Caltech. It's around 1940. That's when Einstein was there too, by the way. And Parsons was there in the 40s and then met Hubbard in 46. And that house was burned to the ground at 1005 South Fair Oaks, and the one next door would have been 1011, which was Hubbard's and which was Parsons'. I don't know. Ken Bob Beck knows exactly. He knew them all. He knew Parsons very well, and he knew Parsons very well because he used to date Parsons' girlfriend who wound up being Hubbard's wife. Number 2.
Boy, it almost sounds identical to Solidarity with the NCLC.
Well, they do a little wife swapping and all that sort of thing.
Oh, I mean the way it ends up, who's with who, and
Yeah,
ex-wife and all
yeah,
that.
right. Parsons was a prime rocket
Maybe a
researcher.
copy of it.
Prime rocket
Yeah,
researcher,
figures.
man. He developed all the solid state fuels for use in the space program.
Parsons?
Parsons, yes. He was one of the top rocket research people in the entire country. Eventually his work went to JPL as the fuels for the rockets. He wasn't blown up in an accident in his lab. He was murdered by her.
Better still, I'll give him also a copy of that I sent you from that one book.
Yeah. I don't have that with me. The person who's done it
Goes into that.
apparently knew too much about Hubbard's prior activities, and Hubbard had no more use for it. Now, it's not stated in the sources I've seen that he was murdered,
Right.
but Bob Beck knows for a fact that he was. He says you couldn't prove it afterwards, because how can you prove what's flashed into the walls, how it was done? He said he knows for a fact that it was murder. Then he left there and went to Elizabeth, New Jersey, and Kansas, and then Phoenix, and then, of course, he went back to Washington and founded the founding Church of Scientology in Washington, D.C., and spread Sussex Manor, and et cetera, et cetera. I guess that's the history everybody knows. Howard did an awful lot of covering up of his prior history.
So did Warren Miller, Cyrus Easy, Army Man.
Nothing else going on. Heard the name someplace. Edward's back on dry land. I wonder what happened on the high seas, that he gave up on the high seas.
And he saw the real meaning of all the whales and porpoises and everything else jumping out of the water in groups of 20 and 30 and beaching themselves all over Florida. Good average wrote a good article on that one, remember?
Yeah, they're beaching themselves in some cases, not the porpoises apparently, but the whales were coming up and trying to land on top of people. This is nature's way of getting back.
And the Brazilian bee.
Presumably, oh, that killer bee.
Killer bees.
That they're slowly working their way up here.
About fire ants.
Feel about fire and what?
Yeah, you mentioned that.
You mentioned that, right?
They've lowered the oxygen content.
To the point that it's only 1/10 of what's required for human beings.
Well, a human being can operate fairly, but they can operate on 10%. That happened in the war over in Spain, the Civil War, 36 and 7. The oxygen content so low you couldn't even light a match or a cigarette anymore. The guns and the chemical explosions, of course, and including the oxygen in the air. People were still surviving, and not bright. They were living, couldn't even light a cigarette. They estimated at that point, normal oxygen is 20%. 15% you get into problems with lighting cigarettes. 10% you can't. And that says people over there estimated that was probably the fair survival level. You can run on lower oxygen than that if it's under pressure, so long as the partial pressures remain somewhere near normal. If they do this in deep diving, then the oxygen way down, the high pressure will force the same amount of oxygen through the system as you need. But that's down there on the surface. I don't know how much they would put out of the air there, but it must be some kind of process from which you described a hell of a lot.
Fantastic. You stop and think that there was 40-minute heat. 40-minute heat in that oxygen process. They produce as much tonnage as they used to do in 24 hours. 40 minutes.
What about the pollution level?
That's right.
That's what's happening probably now to Chicago. When did they start this process?
In 1876.
You caught.
Figures about how much oxygen they go through in an hour's time. All in the name of saving money and making more profits. A few more beautiful little processes like that will make the planet totally unlivable.
Well, that's where I think we are heading. That's why I asked you the question 3 times today.
Where am I heading? going to be back west or someplace where he hears a little better the probability of it's
Well, the Kankakee project over here with Stell City is practically all screwed up.
What's that? Can't
The
get
Stell Group.
the what?
The Stell Group. I mentioned it once before.
Oh, yes, you did. Great.
They kicked out Richard, the one who was supposedly being under control of Mr. White. And a month and a half later, they kicked out his wife. And they kicked out Richard's mistress when they found out that's what she was. And they don't have the mental level down there that Richard and his wife did to understand what it's really all about. And they're getting all screwed up, you know. And that was one of the most successful city-states. It was being built with the right way, with all the libraries, the scientific knowledge. They were using their own variations and using the discs for recorded evidence, for recorded libraries.
Another case of a group that was doing something being split apart.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's so strange that Stell City was operating very beautifully for 4 or 5 years, no damn problems. All the really tough scientific people who found themselves, who listened to Richard and read the book, The New Frontier, and all this, and understood what it was about. They had 25 years to get the children ready and this and that. Okay? They left Motorola, Helicrafters, all these big operations, brought their knowledge here, became humble, start living the right way. All of them purified themselves all the way down the line, eating the organic stuff.
Yeah.
Doing it beautifully. God damn it, it's year 1975. I don't care where I look.
Started about January.
Every effort by any group of people,
Like any group, right?
they were all torn apart.
C2 has been torn apart. They almost got it patched together again. And came January, 2 of the principals dropped out because they couldn't tell what was going on anymore. Then Bob Jones, who had organized the Bigfoot organization and research for C2 and was working with other groups in the state of Pennsylvania, he was literally kicked off the board and out of the organization, so he has now formed his own group, and he's going to run a 14 in fact group instead of just Bigfoot. And other people who were doing anything were all out. Everything's disintegrating again. Sabina Sanderson's getting back in the act again.
Oh?
Yeah, she had been in perpetual recluse living on the farm there because of her throat and operation and couldn't talk and had some tumors on her throat she had to have operated on, and she had no money anymore, and the books that she wrote didn't sell, and the biography of Ivan was a total flop. She's been selling off artifacts, I guess, that were there because things that Ivan had been disappearing. Everything got moved upstairs, and she has her own private phone up there and her own arsenal, literally. Now she's back into operation. She was told, keep out of the affairs of the society, we don't need you anymore, and she got caught, but she did. She moved off the property, she had no place to go. She was Ivan's wife, it was hers.
The same thing happened in Boston. Carl Oglesby tried to put together this assassination information bureau with Louis Kahn and all this. That's blown up. They're not even putting out the newspaper now, the Boston Bureau. It's not coming out. This is what's worrying me. We're beyond statistical chance.
That's right, it's been well beyond. Because it's hitting every group. It was hitting a group of people I knew in Phoenix, flopping over into Los Angeles, and it has partly fractured there due to a combination of personality problems and engineering boo-boos, one might say, and trying to get that group together to produce a product which backfired. And personality things got into it, and Bob Moser was about to lose his house, and he was involved in this thing up to his eyeballs, and screw-ups all over the place. Things he didn't do right, and somebody else didn't do right by him, and got to a clash, and people starting to pull apart all over. Just
claws on it.
like this. Suddenly, there is the possibility that it isn't going to fall apart. I got back into heavy communication with Bob Beck, and I found out what the hell was going on with him, and gave him some insights, and he's getting better, his problems. And part of it, he traced, part of it was due to the fact there was a psychic war, all-out war going on between the two strongest and heaviest occult societies in the United States. I don't know if you know anything about them. One was the Abraxas Society, and the other the Phoenix Society. They were an all-out war, but they had agreed that win, lose, or draw, they would both quit on the summer solstice. They did. And suddenly everything lightened up all over the country. They were throwing out so damn much shit 24 hours a day, it was eating all the way to the West Coast. It was a little heavier than that in Atlanta, clear.
It must have been the reason for everybody, all the weird sicknesses that started in January. Everybody getting weird diseases and dying, and every time you pick up the phone, somebody else was in a hospital.
And what that was all about, I don't know anything about those two societies or what they really do, but Abraxas is showing up with little chapters all over. They have one down in Houston now.
I tell you, for me to have a cold,
Yeah.
with all the ways I know how to prevent a cold, and I have to because I've had double pneumonia, right?
Okay.
There was no way in God's creation I could fight this cold. It came on me in 6 hours out of nowhere for no reason.
Right.
And it was so damn severe I almost choked on it. I don't care how much vitamin C I took. I don't care what else I did. I just can't shake it. It's been here now for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks I've had it. The temperature run at 101, 102.
You're a little better now, I think.
Yeah. Come back down.
When did it start coming down?
Basically, Thursday. Start easing off. Friday was a good day. And today's a good day. But then I'm hit with this. Sheila ends up in the hospital 3 times. It's like you want to throw up your hands and say, all right, whoever you are, whatever you are, I can't take anymore.
Another friend in Scottsdale gets it periodically, and so far he survived all right, except for one little financial problem, like he's got no work, no income, no unemployment insurance, and is supported hand to mouth by a number of other people. And he's trying to get work, trying to do things, nobody will take him.
Right.
Well, most of them would try to get work, and he's trying to get other projects going, and now apparently things are breaking for him again. Whatever the logjam was, he apparently didn't blow or split. He was threatening to do that. He was threatening to kill a loan officer at the bank without the Apocalypse techniques, a few other things, and I guess the last didn't get so depressed, and he got bailed out, and I was all enthusiasm again. I helped a little after the end. I wasn't going with it when he asked me for help pay off the portion that loaned him some $800 or $900, but he had part of it. So okay. He's got a number of things going that look like they work now. He's got some entirely new things. Everything just all of a sudden. And some other people apparently out there are getting a few things back together. And our friend Bob's got a fall off in business, but not a serious one. He's got money, but it's just not as flush with as it was. His health is starting to come back.
Well, his wife was sick, and then he got sick. Wasn't that what happened?
Who?
With Bob.
He has no wife, he's not married. Bob Moser or Bob Beck? Neither one of them. No, he has no wife. He did once years ago, long since divorced. No, it's strictly him. He has a girlfriend that's usually around all the time. But the thing that started hitting last summer and fall hit all 4 people that spoke on that podium simultaneously with the same exact precise symptoms. One of them wound up in the hospital, totally paralyzed, totally incapacitated. Unable to move.
Well, that's where I thought I was going to end up this week.
And nobody could find a damn thing.
It had just reached a point where just the effort to try to think, to go look where the book was at, to find the cup so I could put coffee in it, it was just too much, and the heat was too stifling. And I don't have air conditioning, I don't have nothing where I'm at, a couple fans. And that wretched heat, plus having this horrible cold we were choking,
Yeah.
And everything going wrong, and nobody doing what they say they're supposed to do,
Yeah.
and then Sheila ending up in the hospital on top of it. It was like the last drain of the last plug with the last drop, and I didn't think I had any more inside of me. I was starting to hunch the shoulders and hunch the back, and I felt that weight right in the back part of the neck.
There are times when I drag so bad down in Atlanta that I hardly know where to find the coffee cup, and so once in a while I get to the point I don't even care if I make the coffee at night for the next morning.
Well, I tell you, the only thing that's pulled me out is I grabbed that oxygen mask, and I put the screen up front, the screen behind, and I hooked it into my little generator. And I run through it for about an hour and a half between 1 and 3 in the morning. And I go to sleep and rest, and I sort of heal up, and I could make it the next day. And I'm down at that point. Take that generator away, and I got trouble.
I found that stuff has helped enormously in the last couple of months.
What's that?
It's ginseng,
Oh.
pure stuff. But,
I've been taking that Korean stuff, process it through and give it a jar.
now this is the Chinese mainland stuff here. Here, and it's expensive, but not as expensive as the stuff put in capsules.
No.
And it works, it does a job. It's, oh, shoot, I got somebody's cigarette like that. It does help. It's physiologically kind of started to reverse certain trends of deterioration. Ginseng is supposed to do that and seems to be doing it. But nothing helps as much as getting out of that.
Okay, time schedule from what I hear is that towards the end of September, 1st of October, Ford is going to take his taskful deal that Sherman and I were talking about. This winter is going to be the severe winter I thought was coming last year. This is the winter. The food supplies are worse now, even under 60 days now. So the paper is talking about boom corn crops, it's bullshit.
England now has the worst drought in the country.
Drought. They're putting people in jail up to 6 months. And the word I have is Ford's going to resign. End of September, 1st of October. Rocky's going to move in. And he's going to lay all the groundwork down for his little puppet, Jimmy Carter, to go carry out the plan. If you just look at Rockefeller's 20 critical choices and what he laid down back in 1972, you'll see exactly what's going to take place. If you look at the new master energy corporation that Rockefeller has created and its financing and its bonding, it is the identical plan on a national level that he did when he set up New York with municipal bonds. Identical funding, interest-free, and all this other shit not backed by nothing. It gives you absolute monopoly over energy, just as he had absolute monopoly over construction.
Yeah.
The object is the final blow to bankrupt America.
Yeah, that's the ultimate. They can do that. They not only bring it down in this country, they're going to bring down the rest of the world, Western world with it.
Now, the tip-off of the timing came... Are you in touch with Dr. Beater?
No.
Oh. He's got his own time chart worked out. And the tip of the iceberg, more or less, of how the timing was going to take place was the last 2 drops in gold were all engineered by the IMF dumping their stuff. So what they've done now is the non-intelligible ones have been washed out because they've lost their 50, 60 bucks per ounce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they're going to really start dumping theirs where gold is at now. It's going to fall one more time, okay? From that point on, it's going straight up, 250, 300 bucks an ounce. And that's when IMF's going to buy it all back as she starts to pick back.
What about silver? Same deal? Yeah, silver's proven at the present time much less susceptible to the violent fluctuations of gold. It has gone down. It was up to 514, which is about...
Well, it's the industrial, medical, and scientific uses of silver.
Yeah, they've almost depleted the stocks. When the stocks go, the silver goes skyrocketing. And when the silver bags are no longer available and people want them, then they're going to start outbidding and run the price up.
Okay. Now, towards the end of September, I'm going back into the Panoki area.
Florida?
If I'm not going there, I'm going into the Ozarks. Those are the 2 places where I know there are people I can run to within 30 to 40 miles. They have laid down certain semi-government down there for a colony of 50 to 150 people to live. Adults, I should say. And they've got, one of them went out around and he bought up a whole bunch of trailers from people. And he's got them stacked down there with food and clothing and all that stuff. And Jim Dandy, that whole operation's got around 8 trailers of food down there, and the trailers were cheap. He bought them and hauled them down. And you got water and you got everything down there. Same thing around Okefenokee, because no one likes to go into that area. But I figure that it's time to move there around September, October.
Yeah, I've got the feeling it's time to move soon too, but I don't know where.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. You see, I've got...
I know spot number 1 is first stop, was at Phoenix. But then I'm going to take some detours along the way. I've got property interests in New Mexico I haven't developed, but it's a little late to do it in a hurry now. Too many loose ends have been neglected, and it's getting a little late in case things do blow that soon. I don't know whether they will or not.
Well, see, my whole problem was, I really believed in 1974 that it was going to be the winter of 75. I was 1 year ahead of myself. From the information I was picking up and being shoved into me and analyzing everything, it looked like it was 75. The thing I didn't count on was the split among the Bilderbergers, where they turned on Prince Bernard.
Yes, they did.
That's what I didn't count on. I didn't count on a split so close to getting the grape, and they were fighting over who was going to get 2 grapes or 3 grapes. That's what the whole Lockheed scandal was about. There was only one way you could get Prince Bernard to knock out his group and him out of the ballpark, and the worst of it's not out yet. His prostitute from Paris is going to be brought in now. The government has called a full hearing of all the ministers. There is a trial. It's going to start next couple of weeks.
Yeah, they held a little private Bilderberger meeting in Nogales.
So the power of the Rothschilds goes down, and the power of the Rockefeller faction goes up.
Yes, they have split. They are.
Now, that was my one calculation. I figured, geez, they held together all this time. Who could even think?
They split.
I figured the split would come after, like dogs fighting over a piece of meat. No, they're fighting before to kill. They want to be that sure of their world apparatus. That's the one calculation I didn't make, and it took them a full year. You realize it took them longer to destroy Prince Bernard than it took them to destroy Nixon?
Yeah, you got a point.
Think about that. Took them longer. Look how long that Lockheed thing brewed.
Plus Prince Tanaka in Japan, Premier Tanaka. They got him up on formal charges in jail now. Meantime, Lockheed's been spending taxpayers' money like crazy on all these little operations, and they're still surviving somehow. There has to be a reason why they are funded to survive in spite of their obviously gross maladministration. One of the reasons, I'm sure, is that SR-71.
Look at the number of shares held by American bank shares, Clark, and you'll understand that.
No, I don't know.
That's Lawrence Rockefeller.
That might have something to do with it. That might just have
Lawrence Rockefeller.
quite a bit to do with it.
What do you think when you finally saw that Chase Manhattan Bank was included on the critical list? And I told you about that a year and a half ago. It came out just in the last 3 weeks.
In the critical list for the banks?
Critical list to the most critical 200 banks in the country.
The Fed's list has expanded.
300 million write-off first quarter this year.
It just came out this past week, but which one? One of the top 7. And the Fed retracted the statement saying, no, we didn't mean they were in trouble.
So the Fed knows.
But they, I guess, must have slipped out.
Yeah, people call me loony, they call me nuts and everything, because I knew about it a year and a half ahead of time. They were hiding it all that time.
Yeah. Wondering how some of the banks are in Texas. Apparently there's some independents there yet. Might be a little safe. I wouldn't trust the East Coast bank at all. Well, originally, I think a lot of people thought the Rockefeller banks would be perfectly safe. Huh? Yes. Well, I don't know. Bothers me, we just want to put one anywhere one has some reasonable thought of maybe it being safe. Unless everything goes down the tubes.
We're going to be back to bartering.
Yeah.
You'll need gold and silver.
We're going to be back to bartering. I'm convinced.
Gold, silver, anything else.
Cases of whiskey.
Pliable, yes. Preserved food.
Ammunition.
Food, dehydrated food, ammunition, right? Hardware, tools, anything that people want to get out of cash and then do that, except maybe silver cash, silver coin type.
I got to take off. It's 3 o'clock to go to school.
Yeah,
How long have you been staying down?
I'm going to go back Sunday night.
Sunday night?
Tonight.
Tonight. Okay. How come it took you so long to get in touch with me? Don't you have my phone number?
Busy? That's my... Do I have a phone number?
Don't you have my phone
I
number?
don't think
You
so.
don't call my hotline?
The hotline I've got.
Yeah.
I don't have...
The answering
anything else.
service?
The 932-1776, the bicentennial phone,
That's his answering service.
24 hours.
The only one
a day.
I've got, I think, is one I've got listed as your mother's.
That's my mom's. I gave you that. Yeah.
1776.
So 932-1776. I take all my hot tips on that, and people give me information.
That's over in Indiana, that one.
No, it's in Illinois.
The 92?
Special cable
It's got a 219 area.
in Illinois. I go in there and pick up my messages.
Got a special cable in order to run it over to Indiana, and make people think it's in Indiana. You're getting sly. That's pretty smart.
And my enemies still send all my mail, you know, services, subpoenas, and this and that. They keep sending it to the wrong address.
That's good. Long may they continue to send it to the wrong address in Mexico.
And when they question people under oath, you know, and they say, did you give any information to be put out on the hotline in Lansing, Illinois at 932-1776 or 980 or whatever, the person can honestly say, no, they didn't. See, nobody knows what a hotline is.
Yeah.
So when the person's answer, no, I didn't give it to the one in Lansing, Illinois, they're telling the truth.
I was wondering how you were running that thing back and forth across the state lines all this time.
No.
This is thinking. That's thinking. Well, say hi to Sheila for me.
Okay. Good seeing you again, young man.
Yes.
Your health looks a lot better than mine, I'll tell you right now. Rich.
If you need some help, give me
Okay,
a call.
and for
You know
Christ's
I'm
sake-
on my own, so...
I hope
Need
you two,
donations.
thank you. I hope you two don't listen to any garbage,
Oh,
because I can
that
hardly
was-
stand up anymore.
that was a long time ago anyway. We were
Which
just...
one?
The garbage by Sherman.
Oh,
It just took us this long to get a chance to see it and get together and find out what was going on.
Yeah, because there's a lot of that floating in the air, and understand I didn't get a full whiff of it till roughly around November, because no matter where I turned to for help, the doors were closed, and I couldn't understand it. And the only way I could talk to people was to meet them in person or on the phone, and I wouldn't talk on the phone, and they always had excuses why they didn't want to meet with me. So until Sheila ended up in the hospital the first time, and I had to beg people to help, I was standing out here all alone.
Like I said, if I can be of some help sometime.
You know, the next 2-3 weeks are going to be very crucial because Navarnik should start going down. I'm waiting for heavy federal grand jury indictments. Navarnik should be one.
Well, they're doing a heavy operation in Macon, Georgia, and Atlanta, Georgia right now, and narcotics ring down there. It's fun with this financing Carter. One of them's already behind bars for 75 years. Sentenced.
Oh, how do I get out of here now? I go back down this way,
Go here to 43rd Street,
take a left.
take a left, go to Western Avenue. You go to the other side of the take the boulevard, go over to Archer. Archer, make a right to Damon. Damon, take a left, and I will just go Stevenson.
Which way? I go to Western,
Correct.
take a left there.
All right. Okay. Right.
Take a left,
A left on Western.
then I follow Western until I hit Archer. Take a right there. Follow Archer until I see Damon.
Which will be right by the Jewel Hospital.
Okay, and now which way do I turn from Archer? Take a left,
Left.
onto Damon. And that'll take me
Straight
into
up
Expressway.
Expressway, and you'll go right. And that'll lead you on Lakeshore Drive.
Okay. Take care, young people.
Right.
I may
You
get
too.
into that oxygen machine.
And what?
That oxygen machine.
Oh, yeah, right. Take care.
I'll call Dr. Hoffer out.
Okay.
Good night.